Ready to go? All right, we are here for the December 3rd Lane Community College Board of Education meeting, and we'll now call the roll. Nicole, will you please call the roll?
Kevin Alltucker.
Here.
Austin Polnaghy.
Here.
Amelia Hampton. Sorry.
Here.
Jesse Maldonado.
Here.
Steve Mattal.
Here.
Zach Mulholland.
Here.
Jerry Rust.
Here.
Julie Weisman.
Here.
1 second, just quick technical issue there. Yeah. You got it? All right. Great. We will now move on to the land recognition. The land acknowledgement, rather. The land acknowledgement for this meeting will be read by Grant Matthews. Grant, will you please read the land acknowledgement? Thank you.
I'd like to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now move to the adoption of the agenda. I know that there is a motion to amend the agenda, so I'll open that up. Yes, Board Member Alltucker.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have two motions to amend the agenda. The first motion, pardon me, being allowing permission for me to read a short statement before the public testimony starts. The flavor of the statement is urging people to not attack the person, but to explore the issue. And so that would be the first motion.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if there's a second to that motion. And yes, and then we'll move on to the second motion.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. And just to clarify, this is going to be the new item 1F before public comment. So, yeah. Since you made the motion, it's been seconded. Would you like to speak on the motion? You kind of mentioned it briefly, but.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to remind folks who are going to be providing public testimony the responsibility that they have to maintain decorum and not attack people.
Okay, understood. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor to amend the agenda with an additional comment made by Kevin Alltucker signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. You mentioned you had a second motion.
I do have a second motion. Thank you. I'm looking at the agenda, and I'm concerned that the meeting is going to go into the wee hours. And so I'm looking for ways to shorten the meeting time. So my motion is under Section 2, the reports, to limit the verbal testimony to 3 minutes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I saw Steve's hands first, but yeah. Anyway, but would you like to speak to, again,
Yeah,
already spoke to it.
Yep.
All right. So I'll just, for purposes of discussion, I support making sure that all of our stakeholders, whether if it's students, faculty, classified professionals, and of course the president's report, get the time they need to do their reports. I understand we want to limit time and so forth, but these reports are really critical to hear from our stakeholders. That's all I'll say on that matter. Any further discussion? Steve.
I believe they're all provided in written format as well.
Zach, did you have something? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask for clarification. I'm in support of allowing people to give their full reports. Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
I remember reading somewhere in all of our stuff that we had time limits when we used to have times. So is there an unlimited amount of time for these reports? I mean, some of the other reports that we get. So that would be my question. I'm just concerned if a report lasts 20 minutes. I mean, is there any time limit?
So no, we never set a time limit on these. There's no policy in regards to setting the time limit on these. In regards to board actions, which are like discussion items and so forth, I misquoted there. In regards to discussion items for the board, yes, we have established time limits, and that's set during the agenda setting meeting. I have never heard of any, because I looked into this before this, I haven't seen anywhere where we've put time limits on the reports before. Great question. Any further questions or statements? All those in favor for, and I'm just going to make sure I got the wording right here, the amendment to the, an amendment to the adopted agenda to limit the reports to 3 minutes, right? Yep, each. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I didn't.
We do a roll call, please?
Yeah, if we could do a roll call vote?
Kevin Alltucker?
Yes.
Austin Fullnagy?
No.
Thank you. Jesse Maldonado?
No.
Steve Mattal?
Yay.
Zach Mulholland?
Nay.
Jerry Rust?
Nay.
Julie Weisman?
Yay.
All right. So, yes. Sure.
Can I suggest an amendment?
To the agenda adoption, yes.
Yes. Can we move the reports to later down the agenda so that we have time to get to the action item and to the substantive questions that are before the board, and move the reports till later to the discussion items with the rest of the reports?
All right. So the motion is to amend, to move the reports down, so would that be the new section?
Yeah, I was trying to get to the agenda.
Yeah, sections, would be section 6? Or no, it would be the new section 5, essentially.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can just move them after whatever, they might be.
All right. I'll just state the motion again, which is to move the reports to section 5 in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Would you like to speak to your motion?
We have run out of time to have substantive conversations for the board. And so I'm looking, I kind of agreed with what Kevin was bringing up, that reports, we have them in writing, we've got them, we've gotten emails, we see them as a board. And so now it's like, I'd like to be able to get to action items on A. That's going to be a long conversation. I think there's going to be stuff that's going to happen in the consent calendar. There's other discussion items that are really important. And I just want to make sure that we, the board, get to those items before we get to reports, so that we have time to be able to digest it all and to be able to, so that's all it is. It's not to stop the comments, it's to just put them in a different agenda order so we can talk.
Understood. Thank you. Any further discussions? Me personally, I immensely appreciate the reports, and especially the student report, because the students, I want to hear from the students. That's a big part of what I'm about as far as a board member, and to hear those reports reminds me of why I'm here and what are the things that I'm discussing and voting on. So that's a big reason why I'm going to vote no on this, because I want to hear the reports, and most specifically the student report. Yeah, go ahead.
Even though I don't have a vote on this, I feel comfortable having my report stated later. Like it was said earlier, they're all in written form, so you can go back and review those. But yes, I agree with Julie and others that the stuff we need to be talking about, like the action items, should be talked about before the reports.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor for the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We should do a roll call vote, I was about to say. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker?
Yes.
Austin Fullnagy?
No?
Jesse Maldonado?
Yes.
Steve Mattal?
Yes.
Zach Mulholland?
No.
Jerry Rust?
Yes.
Julie Weisman?
Yes.
All right. That has now been moved to the new section 5. All right.
I have
Any,
one further amendment to offer.
lovely. Go ahead, Steve.
It's in the same spirit as, what Julie was talking about, trying to focus or create some space and time early enough in the evening so that we're all alert for a handful of substantive items, the action item in particular. But I agree with Julie that I think there's going to be more discussion than normal for some of the consent items as well. There's other items, for me anyways, in the discussion that I think are also really important. The bond update is something we haven't seen.
Kind of a point of order.
A point of order.
He should make a motion before he speaks to it.
Thank you. My motion is to divide up the time allotted for public comment so that we would offer an hour of public comment at the head of the meeting, as we normally do. That is the next an item that comes up, and then move to the action items, and then resume public comment afterwards.
Would you be able to summarize that? I'm having difficulty like trying to figure out what that motion is exactly. I really am trying to figure it out, which is that you want sections of public comment to have reduced time, or sorry, just to clarify.
Well, the motion, as I was explaining earlier, that if I'm concerned that public comment could go for 2.5, 3 hours this evening, meaning we wouldn't get to the substantive issues, the action item in particular, until 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening.
Understood.
And so in order to address those important issues earlier in the evening, when folks have that much more energy and interest, that we divvy up the public comment period such that an hour of it at the head of the meeting, as is normal,
Okay.
then gavel out of public comment so that we can address the substantive issues in the action items in the consent calendar, and then gavel back in and complete public testimony.
Gotcha. So what your motion is essentially to do 1 hour of public comment, and then in a different section of the agenda, complete the rest of public comment.
Yes.
Do you have a suggestion, and if you could frame it in a motion, which section you would like for us to do the rest of the public comment?
The remainder, the balance of public comment should come, in my view, after the action item is completed.
Gotcha. So it'd be the new section 4.
Well,
Oh, no, my apologies. It'd be the new section 5.
correct, and then push
Yeah.
section 5 down to 6 and so
To
on.
6, exactly, yep. All right. I understand the language of the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Now you were kind of talking to your motion, but you can speak to it a little bit.
I think I've made it clear.
Okay, excellent. All right, any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to vote no, and I really wish that the chair would get together with the president and talk about how we deal with public comment. And I don't think we should change that methodology now, because we haven't really advised the public who comes expecting to, talk to us. So I'd prefer that we had a subcommittee look at that whole issue. I'm very flexible about, 1 minute or 2 minutes, but I want to accommodate the public first and foremost. So I'll vote no.
Yeah. Well, I got one better. We're going to be talking about public comment reflections in item C of this section. So I think there's a great opportunity for us to reflect on public comments. Personally, I'm going to vote no, because we did not notify the public ahead of time or anything like that. I want to hear from people. That's board work. It's good work, and I absolutely want to hear from people. So, Zach.
We all agreed to a process for public comment last year. If people want to revisit it, that's fine, but I think we all agreed to a process, and I'd like us to move through the process as I planned when I came to the meeting. Thank you.
Exactly. Kevin.
Just real quickly, I think what we're talking about tonight is a one-off. We have a very full agenda. We've got a lot of people signed up. We're not talking about changing policy at this point. I agree with Trustee Rust. We do need to revisit this, but that's a different issue. I'm just talking about tonight.
Heard. Would you like to?
No.
Nope. Any further discussion? All right. We'll probably do a roll call vote on this.
Kevin Alltucker,
Yes.
Austin Fulnagi,
No.
Jesse Maldonado,
No.
Steve Mattal,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
No.
Jerry Rust,
No.
and Julie Weisman.
No.
All right. Any further amendments to the adoption of the agenda? Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
I so move.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Next, we're going to move on to the equity lens. Essentially, the equity lens is really important for us. I want this to be a living document within our agenda. And the main things, and what I tend to read a question from the equity lens. The one I chose this time is, what are the barriers for more equitable outcomes around policies, programs, practices, or decisions? All right, we have responses to information requests. Any responses to the information requests? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment. Oh, my apologies. The new item F, which is the statement from Kevin Altecker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board, for allowing me this opportunity. In the past few months, I've noticed an increasing tendency for some speakers to direct their frustrations towards the President. I want to remind us all that this chamber is meant for thoughtful participation, not the urge to take aim at the person, especially when we are entrusted to support the institution and the President who carries out our direction. Critique the policies, challenge the decisions, question the strategy. That's the work of a healthy community. But let's keep our comments focused on issues, not individuals, and hold ourselves to standards that reflect the values of Lane Community College. Our president is not an abstract symbol. She's a human being charged by this board to carry out the direction we set for Lane Community College. If you take issue with that direction, your criticisms belong with the board, not the person we've asked to do the job. When public testimony crosses the line from questioning decisions to attacking the individual who implements them, we don't strengthen our arguments, we weaken our community. I ask everyone who comes to this podium to bring your strongest facts, your deepest concerns, your sharpest ideas, but to leave behind language that demeans, degrades, or seeks to wound. I don't want a repeat of what happened on November 5th, when public testimony tipped into hostility towards the President. This cannot happen again, and I'm asking everyone in this room, and including the chair, to manage the meeting with decorum so that the safety of everyone is maintained. Let us show our students what civic courage really looks like: passionate, unflinching disagreement that honors the dignity of every person in this room, including our president. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, we are now moving on to public comment. We start with students first and then move on to the rest of the public. And I know that we have an urge to, show support to a speaker by applauding. I ask that we don't do that. Instead, that we use ASL applause to communicate your support. That helps with keeping decorum and so forth. And of course, I ask for that we focus on issues and not people. So we'll go ahead and get started with our public comment. And how many total?
We have 40.
So we'll be limiting it to 2 minutes each, 2 minutes each.
Our first two students, we have Siri Senderta Kent, and following is Sio Korterigi Kent.
Welcome. And be sure to speak into the mic so that those on Zoom can hear.
Okay. Thank you for hearing me. I'm all dusted because I just came from class right now. I enjoy class sizes that allow me to get to know my fellow students and teachers, and for my teachers to have the same opportunity. I heard from others who had classes they signed up for that were canceled, and it was very stressful for them. Many are trying to plan a future that requires education and a degree in order to obtain a career that will bring personal purpose, supply a community need, and generate a living wage for themselves and possibly family members. Community colleges are essential to building up and maintaining healthy communities, as they are affordable, high-level educational and social hubs. We need diversity and a variety in our society, and that requires a diverse variety of classes. We build what type of society we live in, so we need to consider the huge opportunity we have right now. Let's find creative ways to honor all the needs of the community, which might look like opening up space for discovery and innovation rather than closing off possibilities through class cancellations. We are a community college, and that means we work together to support the community. Students value the people that make our experience at Lane special and support them in their requests for healthy working experiences at Lane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have CO Kotoregli Kent. Following is Amanda Fallon.
That is Seo Katoregli Kent, and this is the first time I have been in a formal education setting since I grew up homeschooled, which was of course very stressful for me because college is big, there's a lot of people, it's a lot to learn, it's very important to learn a lot. And the classes that have helped me learn a lot are the ones where I could actually talk with my teacher, where I could actually engage with the class and be like, I'm not understanding something. Could you explain more? And the teacher come and be like, here, this is exactly what we're doing. If the classes were large, I would be the only student allowed to do that, or nobody would be allowed to do that. Additionally, I like the ability to have multiple different varieties of classes. One of the classes I had signed up for in the winter term was canceled, which obviously was not that big of a deal, but it also kind of was, because I did want to take that class. I did want to learn whatever that class could have taught me. And just because not enough people decided that they also wanted that, it was canceled. And that had to completely throw off my entire planning for that term, and also terms in the future. So I like that if the class is going to be there, it should be there. So like that, people can plan their terms in the future. Otherwise, what's the point of being able to have open registration for the entire year? Thank you.
Thank you both.
Next, we have Amanda Fallon.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and following is Will Graham.
Excellent. And before they speak, I did forget to read something, which is that the board may not respond directly to any issues raised during public comment, but will refer those issues to the president for appropriate action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, President Belger, President Hampton, esteemed board members. I'm speaking this evening as a student at large, so ignore the shirt. And not in my capacity as Vice President of the Student Government Association. I would like to respectfully remind everybody that bullying in any form is unacceptable. No individual should fear retaliation for expressing their thoughts or feelings. Recording others without their explicit consent is not acceptable either. I lost my spot. Okay. Regardless of how, and raising our voices at one another, regardless of how passionate we may feel, undermines the respect that we owe each other. These behaviors do not support a healthy learning or working environment. As leaders, educators, and students, we share responsibility to model professionalism, respect, and integrity in all interactions. I sincerely hope we can move forward through this together in a manner that reflects the values of this in district and fosters a safe, supportive climate for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Will Graham. Following is Isaac Ordaz.
Hello all, my name is Will Garahan. I am a junior studying sociology here at Lane and a non-traditional transfer student. I am here today to urge the board to support the demands of our faculty at the bargaining table. What our professors are asking for isn't outrageous, it's the bare minimum. our professors deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. If we increase class sizes and force professors to work overtime, it's not just their working conditions which will be impacted. It's our learning conditions, because their working conditions are our learning conditions. If our professors are overworked, that means it'll be harder for my friend Caitlin, who works a full-time job on top of being a full-time student, to get her education. Lane Community College exists for our community so that working class people from all backgrounds can have access to higher education. Many of my peers are like Caitlin, working class people for whom LCC is more than just a school, it's their path to a better life. If we make it harder for our professors to do their jobs, we deprive the most vulnerable in our communities of their education. And I haven't even began to talk about the infuriating unilateral actions of the LCC administration. It's quite frankly ridiculous to hear that criticism of the LCC admin, which has gutted the entire diversity, equity, and inclusion department of our university, has been decried as racist because of who decided to become the leader of that administration. For these reasons, and because that administration has already been found to have broken Oregon labor law at least once, I urge the board to step in and support our faculty. You know, we elected you because we trust you to lead our university. We did not vote for the president of this university and the administration, who I believe has at this point clearly indicated they cannot be trusted to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Isaac Ordaz. Following is Victoria Acosta. Not seeing Isaac, we'll move on. Our last student of the night is Victoria Acosta, and following.
So it looks like that she is running from the overflow room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you guys can hear me. Good job. Thank you for acknowledging that. Thanks, everyone. I forgot to do that sound test there, so thank you for that. What was the previous student?
That was Isaac Ordaz.
Isaac, are you in the overflow room by chance? You're good, you're good, you're good. Yeah. Oh, no, you're all good. Yeah, right over here. Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Hey, no worries. I apologize for having you run there.
It's totally fine. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So glad you're here.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
I stand on this campus where the walls echo with posters about equity, where the mission statement is a mural of inclusion, diversity, community. Syllables painted like graffiti promises, loud on the walls, but quiet when it counts. And then the rumors hit. Not flashing badges, just that heavy air people feel in their gut. Those side eyes between classes, the way a hallway suddenly feels like a checkpoint when you don't know who's paying attention. And just like that, the posters start looking fake, edges lifting like they're embarrassed to pretend they protect anybody. LCC, if you say you're here for the students, for the faculty, for the dreamers who drag themselves to morning lectures, for the ones who translate worlds between languages, for the ones who pray their last name doesn't become a target, but when the ground shakes, when fear moves faster than finals week, when people look over their shoulders more than they look at their textbooks, where are you? Where are your emails? Where are your statements? Your shields made of policy and backbone? Where is the courage you taught us to find in our own voices, but somehow forgot to use in yours? We don't need silence dressed up as neutrality. We don't need quiet masquerading as process. We need a campus that doesn't turn into thin ice when ice becomes the conversation. So I ask, no, I insist, with the cracked voice bravery of someone who's done being polite. LCC, if you claim this community, if you claim these people, if you claim this promise you painted on every brochure I saw in high school, then prove it. Because a school is not a sanctuary just because it says it is. A school becomes a sanctuary only when it decides that fear is not welcome here, but students are. LCC could have done much more.
Thank you.
I'm not.
Next speaker.
So our next two speakers will be going back and forth between online and in person. Our first in-person speaker we have listed is Adrian Mitchell, and following is our online speaker, Evan Bowman.
Thank you.
Good evening. First, I just want to really acknowledge Victoria's speech, which was so powerful and moving, and we really support everything that Victoria had to say. Board members, President Bulger, LCCEA fully supports the standards of decorum at Board of Education meetings. This includes respectful, professional public commentary, as well as silent observation of public comment by audience members. LCCEA remains committed to advocacy for our students, for our faculty, and for the future of LCC. We fully support public participation in Board of Education meetings and the democratic function of public comment time, as well as board standards of decorum. I provided a more detailed memo about this, which is posted on board docs. In addition, I'd like to share grave concerns about the new action item that calls for the board to approve a 3-year financial plan. Approving such a plan that would put the college seriously at risk of non-compliance with Oregon local budget law. Please see the legal memo that I posted from attorneys Luke Casava and Eviana Colvin that was provided to you on September 30th. They noted the LCC Board of Education plainly has no legal authority to approve any proposed budget cuts before those proposed cuts are written into a budget document presented to the Budget Committee, approved by the Budget Committee with advance notice of a public budget hearing and holding that public budget hearing. To be clear, subverting Oregon local budget law is serious. They provided an additional analysis just yesterday, warning the consequences of failing to comply with the Oregon local budget law can be dire. One of the college's largest sources of revenues comes from property taxes. If the college fails to comply with local budget law, it may risk that significant source of revenue. Property taxes comprise more than $25 million of LCC's annual revenue. Risking this loss of funding would be dangerous for our institution and would likely be irrecoverable for Lane Community College. Please honor your duty to the public and follow Oregon public budget law.
Finish your thought.
And the institution will be dangerously at risk of losing 1/4 of its annual funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is online, is Evan Bowman, and following is in-person speaker Lisa Rupp.
Excellent. Evan, you'll be given the opportunity to unmute. Excellent. We're transferring you over now, Evan. Great.
Excellent. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the board. My name is Evan Bowman, and I am the Vice Chair of Higher Education Labor United. I'm here to speak in support of the LCCEA. I am not a resident of Lane County, but I am an Oregon resident, and I have 2 children presently in community college. I do feel that that we're not just myself, but the entire labor community in Oregon, as well as nationally, is very concerned about the premature capitulation to demands to reduce diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's been no positive, tangible results when DEI programs are removed, other than an increase in fear of retaliation by our Black and Brown faculty members. And I just would like to let everyone on the board know that not just all of Oregon, but the entire nation and the entire world is watching your actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Lisa Rupp, and our next online speaker is Tizak Arenas.
Good evening, board members, President Bulger, President Hampton. Board Chair, you have asked me for years what it is you can do for me and for public safety. Today I'm here to ask something of all of you. I've been with this institution for 29 years in various forms. As a student, a part-time employee, a full-time employee, and now as a manager. I'm disappointed. I am disappointed in the actions, the behavior, the lack of decorum of college employees at the November board meeting, and the actions of the LCC Board of Education. Do you know where the chant, "No justice, no peace," came from? It was born out of ethnic violence in the 80s towards persons of color. It has no business being used as a slogan for contract negotiations. It is offensive to my employees of color, to our colleagues of color, to my Latinx child that attends this institution, and more importantly, to our students of color. I am offended and I'm ashamed. I've never been more embarrassed. The racist and hateful rhetoric has to stop. The bullying has to stop. The mistreatment, misogyny, and racist behavior towards President Bulger is inexcusable, and that has to stop. Do you stand with me? Do employees, students stand with me to stop this behavior that is unbecoming of elected officials and employees of this institution? I stand in solidarity with John Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Tizak Arenas. And following is our in-person speaker, Tiffany Edwards.
Who's the online speaker? Tizak. Tizak, we're bringing you over. Great, there you are. Can you speak just to make sure we can hear you?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Sorry, this video's being fidgety. I'll make this brief. My name's Tizak Arenas, and I'm here tonight representing the Eugene Springfield Solidarity Network as a co-chair. And additionally, I'm representing myself as a Teamster member, a Teamster rank and filer. And I want to say as a person of color that I deeply and unequivocally support the LCCEA in their contract fight because I know their character. I know what they've done for not just the community, but the labor community. And I'm very proud to speak in support of what they're doing. And honestly, I kind of find the malalignment of their character and purpose in this contract fight just deplorable. Some of the opinion that I've seen propagated and just some of the, I don't know, it's hard to even put words to it, to be quite frank. And I find a lot of irony in accusing a bargaining unit that has people of color that occupy those positions being called bigoted or what have you. If this was any, I'll just say it, any boss anywhere, we would call them out regardless of background. And I say that as a person of color who has had to call out people of color and folks that are not people of color in contract fights and in other settings as well. So I hope it's clear what I'm saying today, that I support the LCCEA as a person of color, having been a representative and organizer and rank and filer in the labor movement for 14 years. And I feel like I have the authority to speak on that as an individual. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There was an issue with the timer, so I'm pulling up a timer to be able to do 2 minutes here while we get that fixed. And reset. All right. We'll go to our next speaker.
And next we have Tiffany Edwards, and following is our online speaker, Mike Urbanek.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Tiffany Edwards, and I'm with the Eugene Chamber, and I'm also a parent of a recent LCC graduate. I'm here tonight because Lane Community College is too important to Lane County's future for this community to stay silent any longer. What is being considered by some of you, a shift of operational authority from the president to the board is not a minor governance tweak. It's a dangerous overreach. Every accrediting expert, every governance professional, every external advisor you've consulted has told you the same thing. Boards do not run colleges. Boards set policy, hire and evaluate the president, and safeguard the institution's long-term viability. When a board crosses into day-to-day administration, it destabilizes leadership, disrupts operations, and places accreditation at real and immediate risk. To knowingly ignore that guidance is not just ill-advised, it's irresponsible, and it's irresponsible of one of the most critical institutions in our region. Businesses and community leaders are alarmed at the degree to which this process has become politicized. LCC is facing a multi-million-dollar deficit. This is a moment for discipline, unity, and fiduciary leadership, not factional agendas or ideological battles. Our hospitals, manufacturers, contractors, tech firms, and public agencies rely on LCC to train the workers who make Lane County function, and they employ the very students you are all here to serve with good-paying jobs. When governance fails, our workforce pipeline and student opportunities collapse with it. Let me be clear, weakening or dismantling the college's governance structure will have real consequences. You have all received a written letter signed by dozens of businesses and community leaders, and I want to enter into the record just a sampling of this growing list of community leaders standing with us tonight. You're going to have to look in your email, but there are many, many, and I encourage you to please read those. So thank you.
Thank you.
Personal privilege. Whoever's cell phone that is, that's a dinging, dinging, dinging. Could you please mute it? I'm having a hard time listening to the speakers, and I want to be able to listen to everybody.
Absolutely. Out of respect, if we could silence our phones. Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Mike Urbanek. Following is our in-person speaker, Wendy Lightheart.
All right, Mike, we're getting you transferred over now. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Excellent. Thanks, Austin.
Go ahead.
So I'm Mike Urbanek, and I'm a teaching professor of economics at the University of Oregon. I come here in solidarity with the LCC-EA. And in addition to my role at the United Academics, where I served as president for the last 3 years and now as one of the vice presidents for external relations, I also started a term as president of the AAUP, the American Association of University Professors, AAUP Oregon, our state conference of that larger organization. I want to make two main points today with the limited time I have. And one is shared governance is hard. It is tricky. It is difficult. It is frustrating. It is time consuming and laborious, but it is worth it because no single group of any of the constituencies, the students, the faculty, the administration, the board, the community, no one has the complete picture. No one understands all of the trade-offs involved. It requires the confluence of everyone's input to make the best possible decisions. Any curtailment of shared governance diminishes that and will lead to worse outcomes for students, for faculty, for a larger community in the county and beyond. The second main point I want to make is I'm an economist. I understand trade-offs. I understand budgets. And I understand that in the contract fight where they're looking for wage increases, salary increases that they deserve and need, there is this idea that there's a trade-off between potentially higher raises, the raises they're asking for, and maybe with layoffs. That is not an abstract trade-off to me. After successfully winning a contract at the end of the winter term, a couple of months later, I was laid off. That's real. To make those kinds of decisions requires the broadest set of input. Don't diminish shared governance. Listen to all parties at the bargaining table, and do what's right for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Wendy Lightheart. Following is our online speaker, Fiora Starchild.
Good evening, board members and President Bulger. I'm Wendy Lightheart and faculty member here at Lane, reading in solidarity with my other faculty members and union leaders. Lane Community College is in better financial shape than it has been in years. A sizable bond measure funded construction projects and updates around campus. A pension bond paid down LCC's unfunded PERS liability, freeing up millions of dollars to spend on staff and programs. Net position, a measure of the net worth of a nonprofit college, increased from $24.2 million at the end of fiscal year 2023 to $100.9 million at the end of fiscal year 2024. As LCC fortunes improve, it is important to continue investing in instruction and student services and the faculty and classified professionals who provide it. LCC's community cares about the school and supports it. In 2020, voters approved nearly $140 million in bonds to fund construction of new and upgraded facilities, modernize IT and cybersecurity infrastructure, and address deferred maintenance around campus. Like other community colleges, LCC saw steep declines in enrollment during the pandemic. LCC cut faculty and classified staff as a result, though management numbers did not change much through fiscal year 2025. However, for fiscal year 2026, management positions are budgeted to increase by nearly 10% from 72 to 79 positions. Now that enrollment is increasing again, budgets for faculty are going up, but spending on management is growing 5 times faster than spending on instruction. Compared to fiscal year 2024, budgeted fiscal year 2026 spending for faculty is $1.3 million, which is 7% higher.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
While spending on management will be $2 million, which is 35% higher.
Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Fiora Starchild. Following is our in-person speaker, Jeff Lance.
All right, we're getting you transferred over, Fiora. And once you're able to unmute, if you're able to just say hi so we can make sure we hear you.
Hi, I'm not sure if this is where I should be. I'm speaking on behalf of the LCCEF president.
Oh, gotcha. So you'll be in reports then? Okay,
yes, I'll be in
gotcha.
reports.
Would you like to be removed? Yeah, so we'll go ahead and remove you from public comment and we'll move you to reports. The reports
you.
have been moved later in the agenda though, just FYI, okay?
That's fine.
Perfect, great. Go ahead and skip.
Our next in-person speaker is Jeff Lance. Following is our final online commenter is Mandy Pritchard.
Esteemed members of the board, Madam President, I would like to finish the statement that Wendy began. By borrowing money to pay off its unfunded PERS liability, LCC reduced annual operating expenses by over $47 million in 2024. Freeing up millions each year gives LCC more flexibility to invest in programs and staff. Unfortunately, LCC's administration is presenting misleading budget projections based on bad assumptions, which they are using to justify unnecessary and harmful cuts to staff and programs. Besides being inaccurate, cutting courses will cost LCC revenue, not lead to savings. At a time when enrollment is increasing, LCC should keep investing in instruction, not cut it. Faculty report heavy uncompensated workloads. On a recent survey, 78% said they work more than their assigned and compensated FTE, with 38% working at least 50 hours per week and 19% working 60 hours or more each week. 9 out of 10 report that in at least half the weeks each term, they are working evenings and weekends outside of regularly assigned times. When courses are canceled, part-time faculty often receive no compensation for the time they've already invested. Though faculty pay has increased in recent years, many faculty still do not make enough to be financially independent. On a 2025 survey, 40% of part-time faculty who are not retired reported having relied on government assistance while working as faculty at LCC. LCC is among the most affordable community colleges in Oregon, ranking 11th of 17 for total cost of attendance. Though LCC has the highest tuition and fees of any Oregon community college, considering all other costs like housing, transportation, and personal expenses, it is still more affordable to attend LCC than most other schools. LCC must do what it can to keep school affordable and to stay accessible for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we got Mandy online? Correct.
Correct.
All
Next
right.
we have online is Mandy Pritchard, and following is our online person, Rick Riordan.
Oh, is Rick online too, or?
Rick is in person.
Oh, in person, gotcha, okay. Thank you so much. Mandy, we're getting you transferred over right now. And just say
All right.
hi so we can make sure we hear you.
Hello.
Great. All right, you go ahead.
Great. Good evening. My name is Mandy Pritchard. I'm Acoma Pueblo, and I am pleased to join you this evening. I want to say good evening to Chair Fulnegi, President Bolger, President Hampton, and members of the board. November was a really exciting time as we recognize Native American Heritage Month. Being from the Southwest, among the 19 pueblos in the Southwest, as we move into December, many of us are looking forward to the winter solstice. This is a time where it is honored with singing and dancing and community coming together. We give thanks to our recent harvest. We look forward to the new year. We're also being very mindful of letting go of hard feelings. On November 24th, our Longhouse steward, Aglaishka Cohen Rincounter, opened the Longhouse to our campus community. It was fantastic. We had community members that hadn't even been in the Longhouse before. We got to hear about a really exciting project happening in the Learning Garden. The library loaned us some books on that were written by Native writers. Many of them were children's books. And then we also got to hear a little bit of the history of the Longhouse as well. So that was really exciting for us. We had one of our NASA students, Simeon Allen, who stayed there the whole time, and he was helping greeting other students and community members and engaging with folks. And he was saying like, hey, let's do this every month. And so I think we're making plans to do that as well too. Today, as we moved into December, we also hosted our LCFC children for a children's reading hour, and President Hampton joined us for that as well too. So it was a lot of fun having the children in the Longhouse, and it was a lot of good energy. So I hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you.
And next is Rick Riordan. Following is Jessica Alvarado.
Dear board members, President Bolger, and especially SGA President Hampton, I'm reading a statement on behalf of myself and our LCCEA members. We, the members of LCCEA, would like to express our appreciation to the various students, the student groups who spent time during the last board meeting articulating their thoughts about our campus signs. In particular, we especially appreciated the comments of the Student Government Association and the Neurodivergent Student Union, who made it clear that our signs were not doing enough to reach students who we consider our most important audience. Excuse me. This matters a great deal to us. In fact, students' concerns are at the heart of what we do. This input is central to the goals we are advocating for today. So thanks to a suggestion made by the Neurodivergent Student Union, we've applied weatherproof QR code stickers to our many signs located near the center of campus. These codes will take you to our website, where the community in general and students in particular will find information about how faculty advocacy for a fair contract is also advocacy for students. And these include such things as reasonable class sizes, protection support for essential resources such as the health clinic, mental health, and counseling, support for basic needs such as food and housing, support for open education resources to reduce textbook cost, and improve safety on campus. Students had the opportunity to share thoughts and concerns, ideas with LCCEA faculty. With gratitude, happy holidays, the LCCEA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jessica Alvarado. Following is Jacob Schmidt.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm just going to go right into the statement. This is on behalf of the LCCEA. I'm a faculty counselor here.
Sorry.
Setting the record straight, actual facts about recent college actions, December 1st, 2025. LCCEA and our mission. Lane Community College Education represents all the faculty at LCC, including instructors, coaches, librarians, counselors, curriculum specialists, mental health clinicians. LCCA is committed to the common good, creating the conditions on campus where faculty can do their best work and students can thrive. Our mission is to engage in collective action to ensure an equitable learning and working environment and advocate for social justice and systemic change for the public good. LCC's commitment to transparency. We are our union. We are our community. We believe in transparency at every level of society. LCCEA will continue to communicate frequently and honestly with all members of our college community as we advocate to restore democracy at the LCC Board of Education and continue serving our community. Addressing misinformation. LCCEA believes the LCC administration's November 5th document to be incorrect and misleading, and LCCEA is concerned that the misinformation led to community member testimony based on misrepresentations of LCCEA claims. LCCEA only obtained a copy of the administration's November 5th document when it was provided by classified union leadership after their members reported being pressured by management to send board members comments in support of the LCC president. LCCEA affirms its commitment to solidarity with our classified colleagues in LCCEF and firmly opposes managerial pressuring of employees. We are concerned that the November 5th document was provided to community members who made statements based on the misrepresentation of faculty claims. Next, you will be learning about the facts below to learn actual, I'm trying to read this. Fact below to learn the actual facts. Or something like that.
Thank
It'll
you.
make more sense.
Yeah.
Next, we have Jacob Schmidt. Following is Patrick Hubbard.
All right. Evening. Hello, everybody. My name is Jacob Schmidt. I'm an elected leader in the GTFF, the Graduate Employee Union at the University of Oregon. And I'm here today. I'm also a PhD candidate in U.S. history. Read quite a bit about the history of austerity and education here in this country over time. But I'm here today both to represent our members, many of whom teach and work jointly with programs here at Lane, many more than I suspected, but I've discovered talking to folks over the last 2 weeks. Also in solidarity with my union siblings of the LCCEA, and with my many friends and neighbors who I've learned are alumni and students here as well. This recent bargaining process for the current contract with LCCEA has been deeply concerning. Salary offers well below inflation, which effectively are pay cuts. People should always recognize that. Deep cuts to crucial community-serving programs, such as the LPN program, cutting over 100 courses, increasing class sizes, all in a manner which has not been respected this as a democratic institution, has rapidly eroded the trust of employees and students of this college and of the broader community. And it's becoming more and more noticeable from a broader and broader subset or sectors of our county. Cuts to higher education are short-sighted and a gross mishandling of the public mission of an institution like Lane, which is to provide quality, comprehensive, accessible, and inclusive education for those in our county. And these attacks are part of the broader context of attacks against education in our country, right? This is something that I think that we are in a moment here that we need to seize upon. And those of us who all a lot of us agree, including members of the board, so that we can work together as a sector to reclaim the public mission of education in our country and to build a system that is fully funded, not by our students going into debt, but by creating a better and more just tax structure in our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, we have Patrick Hubbard. Following is Stan Taylor.
Hello, President Bolger, board members, and members of LCC and residents of Lane County. My name is Patrick Hubbard, and reading this in solidarity with my union colleagues of LCCEA. I'm here tonight to review and highlight key aspects of governance outlined by the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities at the November 5th, 2025 board meeting. First and foremost, NWCCU affirmed the facts that LCCEA has presented to the board and administration many times this past year. The board, not the LCC president, has both the right and the responsibility to set meeting agendas. of course, the board may and should work in collaboration and consultation with the president. The key takeaway of the information above is that the board, not the president, crafts its own agendas as it works to create policy for the college. The role of the president is to administer the board's policy decisions. Further, individual members of the board should not and cannot act as individuals with authority. Rather, the board as a whole has collective authority for governing. Second, NWCCU affirmed that the board, not the creditors, is responsible for interpreting its own policies. And the second point is relevant for the college community given recent efforts by LCC administration to unilaterally make changes to the college's portfolio of offerings. Specifically, BP4 350 grants authority to the board to determine the scope of the college's portfolio of programs, degrees, and certificates. Here's the relevant language. Quote, the Board of Education shall approve all major academic, vocational, and technical programs of study, degrees, certificates, and diplomas. Approve major substantive changes in the college's mission, policies, and programs, unquote. In other words, it is a purview of the board, not the president and administration acting alone, to vote on the program and service cuts, reductions, and suspensions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we have Stan Taylor. Following is Jordan Rodriguez.
My name is Stan Taylor. I'm a contracted faculty emeritus from Lane Community College. During the time I worked here, I spent 8 years as the bargaining chair for the faculty union and another 12 years as the chair of the Lane Peace Center, now defunct. When I first started at Lane, this was an ideal place to work. There was a commitment to substantially full-time faculty, and that commitment created a vibrant intellectual environment that was recognized across the country. What we've seen since then is the move away from substantially full-time faculty to more part-time reliance, and the consequences were predictable. We began to see programs diminish, unrest at the college, and now we've moved into a period where apparently there's an authoritarian playbook taking place where the board's role is being diminished and the democratic function of the college is being undermined. I want to tell you, my role now is that I am the leader of Indivisible Eugene Springfield and a co-founder of the Activist Coalition of Eugene Springfield, which now has 26 different organizations that are part of it. As part of that framework, we have begun to make alliances with the unions. And what I want to tell you is that what's happening at Lane Community College is now being clearly spread throughout the community. What needs to happen at this college is we need to remember that the role of community colleges as they were developed was to spread democracy, education for students, and to help create a civic environment. The board here needs to step forward and become that democratic voice that needs to be heard.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jordan Rodriguez. Following is Wendy Simmons.
Just trying to see if Jordan is in the overflow room. Not seeing Jordan. We'll move on to the next speaker.
Next, we have Wendy Simmons. Following is Peggy Oberstaller. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Did we say that Jordan was coming from the overflow? Yep. Yep, thank you so much. Thank you, overflow room. Really appreciate that.
Does the order matter?
So just to read the next few names, we have Jordan Rodriguez, Wendy Simmons, Peggy Oberstaller, Rose Lopez, Celine Swanson Harris, Jennifer Smith, Terry Ivanaskas. I think that'll keep us going for a little bit.
All right, I think I heard Jordan coming through. Yep.
They're saying Jordan is not.
Oh, no, Jordan is not there. Okay, gotcha. That's what they're communicating, is that Jordan's not there. So Wendy, go ahead.
Cards or something.
Oh.
Good evening, board members and President Bolger. I'm Wendy Simmons, and I'm reading the statement in solidarity with my faculty colleagues. I am reading the statement about the recent proposal regarding support for civil rights, workers' rights, and justice at Lane Community College. It was passed by the DPLC, the Democratic Party of Lane County, on Thursday, November 20th. We want to be really clear that our resolution does not ask the DPLC to weigh in on the details of contract negotiations. Rather, we are asking the DPLC to advocate that the Lane Community College Board, to which numerous Democrats have been publicly elected to the support of DPLC, support fundamental civil rights, workers' rights, and constitutional rights for the good of Lane County and in alignment with the DPLC platform. We believe this resolution is very important because in the last 3 years or so, we have seen many changes at LCC that are similar to the attacks on higher education that we see in the legislators in red states like Florida and Texas, as well as the Trump administration. We are deeply concerned about the impacts on our campus, our students, and our entire community in Lane County. For instance, we had a diversity, equity, and inclusion office for decades at LCC. It fills critical functions such as providing professional development for employees and a restorative justice process for bias incidents. But in 2023, a year before Trump was elected, all staff were removed from that office and it was effectively dismantled. At this point, no new staff will be hired for this same office or functions. Another example that has affected our campus relates to workers' rights. We are saddened that a 3-judge panel has issued a decision finding that LCC engaged in multiple unfair labor practices, including surveillance of union emails and threatening faculty for exercising their rights to speak about workplace issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Peggy Oberstaller. Following is Rosa Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Oberstaller, and I'm finishing the statement. We have also seen a significant increase of faculty from historically oppressed groups resigning from LCC, including full-time faculty in permanent positions, which are highly competitive to obtain, who report leaving due to the conditions on campus and fear of retaliation for advocating for DEI. We, as Democrats advocate for the civil rights of minorities, workers' rights, social justice reforms, and support programs that ensure greater equity and opportunity. There is also a push to limit support for curriculum that addresses the needs of marginalized communities and to eliminate justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion faculty fellowships that support recruiting and retaining faculty from historically oppressed groups. In addition, there are plans to eliminate required annual training for managers on systems of oppression and understanding racialized trauma. We are asking for your support for this resolution so that DPLC leadership may reach out to Lane Community College board members to encourage members, 1, to advocate for decisions for our community's college that align with the DPLC party platform and contribute to building a healthy, free, just, prosperous, responsible, secure, and enduring society. 2, to support a fair contract, and 3, to uphold fundamental principles, rights, and laws associated with constitutional rights, uplift marginalized communities, protect civil and labor rights, and promote justice and equity. We ask for your support of these essential civil rights, worker rights, and justice in alignment with the DPLC party platform. Thank you for your consideration and the important work you do.
Next, we have Rosa Lopez. Following is Celine Swanson Harris.
Good evening. I'm here to read a shortened version of testimony in favor of the resolution to support representational democracy at LCC that was passed by the Democratic Party of Lane County last month, which you can find in board docs under public comment. This resolution should be easy to support. This is yet another example of our democracy becoming ever more fragile, similar to what we see at the national level down to our most precious local level, not just here in Lane County, but across the country. This is not about any one person. This resolution is fundamentally about protecting democracy and the role of all our publicly elected leaders. We expect that our elected officials should be allowed to engage in the most basic functions necessary to fulfill their roles as vested in Oregon revised statutes. These functions include being allowed to add and set agenda items, yet board members have been denied permission to add agenda items to their own agenda. Board members should be allowed to discuss their own board policies, yet after multiple requests, they have been denied the ability to discuss their own policy. One of the biggest controversies revolves around the board's ability to discuss their own board policy that requires them to vote on substantive changes. At this point, they have been denied the ability to even discuss the meaning of the policy itself as an agenda item. Yet for over 2 decades, this board policy has remained unchanged, ensuring potential program cuts be brought before the board for deliberation. It is not only that they would always vote on program cuts, but that the board was responsible for facilitating public input and the connection to the community at large before they would vote. I have lived here for 26 years, and I don't believe Lane County would be forgiving if the college suddenly removed the long-standing opportunity for public input before final decisions are made. We are not telling board members how to vote, only asking that they do vote. This resolution is not against any one person. However, if we allow these board members to forfeit their long-standing role to set agenda items, to discuss their own policy, and to vote on program cuts, it will be a loss of representational democracy that we may never get back. We did not vote for current board members so they would eliminate this form of representational democracy we hold dear. Protecting our democratic institution at every level is more critical now than before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Celine Swanson Harris. Following is Jennifer Smith.
Good evening, Chair Folnege, Vice Chair Vest, and board members. My name is Celine Swanson Harris. I am here in my capacity as Chair of the Democratic Party of Lane County to share about the 2 resolutions you just heard about, which I believe are posted for you on board docs as well. These resolutions express our support for representational democracy at the local board level and for a fair contract for workers at LCC. I believe that these are values and goals that every single person here shares, even if there are some difficult conversations ahead about how we make those a reality. The first resolution adopted by the DPLC Central Committee calls for the board to uphold representational democracy by following existing board policies and procedures of making decisions on agendas, voting on program and service cuts, and providing the opportunity for community input in these decisions through public comment. The second of our resolutions voices support for LCC to reach a fair contract with workers, one that upholds fundamental principles, rights, and laws associated with constitutional rights, that upholds marginalized communities, protects civil and labor rights, and promotes justice and equity. I'd like to thank all of you for your time this evening and for the work that each of you are doing to support students, educators, and our community. To speak a little bit just for myself, I also want to say that I know that every single one of you ran for this because you want to make our community better, because you believe in Lane County and you believe in this institution. There are some really difficult conversations here. There are some really difficult decisions here. I don't think we expect you all to agree, but I really believe in your ability to find common ground and to find ways to move forward better. So thank you for your time.
Next is Jennifer Smith, and following is Terry Ivanauskas.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Smith. I'm the president of my local union representing the classified employees at the University of Oregon. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the direction that this college is heading. I'm concerned that Lane has lost sight of who it serves. Lane should serve its community, which is people, and not the Chamber of Commerce, which is a thing. My personal story began here at Lane Community College. I attended preschool here in 1975 while my single mother attended classes. We were on public assistance. My mother was struggling, but Lane stood up for her. This is where she was able to begin to write her own story. My mother started with just a few classes to learn how to be a student. In her first term, she took a stained glass class and one prerequisite. My mother did become a successful student and transferred to the University of Oregon and went on to become a special education teacher right here in Lane County. She has since retired, but still does stained glass and still works with children with disabilities through equine therapy. Lane has been a major force in my life. It was the spark that set me on my path. I'm a success not because of the taxes I pay, though I am a taxpayer, not because of my contributions to the gross domestic product of this country, though I'm that too. I'm a success because through access to education, I now have the capacity to stand up for members of my community. Lane Community College, its teachers and its staff, is a community resource. Lane stood up for my single mother in the way it has traditionally stood up for underrepresented students, students who need a bit more care. So I ask, who is Lane standing up for? Our students of color, our Native American students, our single mothers? Honored board members and president, your role here is to the people of this community. Your role is to attract and retain the exceptional instructors at this institution, instructors that profoundly changed my mother's life and my life. You should be staffing your DEI office. You should maintain a predictable course catalog. You should conduct yourselves democratically and with transparency. And you should honor and support your faculty by settling a fair contract now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Ivanauskas. Following is Steve Gladfelter.
Good evening. My name is Terry, and I'm an instructor here at LSCC. I'm also an immigrant from Brazil, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to work at LSCC. I love teaching, I care for my students, and I do my best to give it back to the community. That's why I started using open educational resources and offering my courses in multiple formats, in person, online, and hybrid. I left Brazil because of the terrible inequality that existed there. It destroys hope, crushes dreams, and causes anger and violence. I want to give my son a better future, but I came to realize that inequality is also growing here. The most painful thing is seeing a leadership that celebrates billionaires and blames scapegoats like minorities and immigrants for any problem. The rich get richer while the rest of us have to navigate an affordability crisis. LSCC is a community college. It's part of this country's safety net. It's one of the few barriers standing against growing inequality. We should be working together to protect it, not to diminish it. And I sincerely believe that the first step toward achieving this goal is to negotiate a collective contract in good faith. But I'm concerned about the way things have been going. In Brazil, we sometimes say, to the winner, the potatoes. It's a quote from a famous 19th century novel. Potatoes here represent the mere means of survival, a disappointing outcome rather than a glorious treasure. Nowadays, this phrase is used to reflect on situations where a victory falls hollow or the cost of winning outweighs the reward. Winning at the cost of burning bridges is not a victory for the college. It's not about winning or lose. We need a contract to build trust and start working together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Steve Gladfelter. Following is Bob Bussell.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good evening, esteemed board members. My name is Steve Gladfelter, and I'm an LCCEA member. I'm reading a statement tonight for Marianne Farrington, who could not be here. As a union member and in solidarity with my colleagues, I want to say that I'm extremely dismayed and disheartened by the sudden decision to cancel my classes. I have been an instructor at Lane since I was hired by Patrick Lanning in October of 2001. I have given my best to LCC and the students that take my classes over the last almost 25 years. What is most difficult is the cuts is the financial aspect and how it will affect my life. I adopted a boy out of foster care, and although I do get help from the state, cutting my classes will have an extremely negative impact on my life and my son's. I have bills to pay that are in alignment with my paychecks at LCC, and having them suddenly cut is putting me in an extreme financial hardship. I've shown up for the last almost 25 years and given my utmost to help make and keep LCC a wonderful place for students to learn and thrive. I feel let down and kind of kicked to the curb with these last-minute cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bob Bussell. Following is Leslie Sorianto Cervantes.
Good evening, President Bolger, President Hampton, members of the board. My name is Bob Bussell, and I live in Eugene. I want to make a few comments about the current situation at LCC. My perspective is shaped by 3 decades that I've spent in higher education, including 20 years as a program administrator at the University of Oregon. I'm also a strong supporter of unions and collective bargaining and an admirer of LCC, which serves an indispensable role in our community. And I'm glad to have worked with LCC faculty and staff over the years, and I've enjoyed these collaborations. The college faces challenging circumstances, which we all acknowledge, and I think it's important in these circumstances to lean into your core values. For me, these core values include consultation, transparency, shared governance, and good faith. And I'm troubled that I don't see these values being consistently applied at Lane. I'm troubled by the state of the labor-management relationship at LCC. It's noteworthy that one faculty member here described negotiations as, quote, the most adversarial bargaining she's seen in 40 years. I'm troubled that the State Employee Relations Board found LCC engaged in unlawful behavior. LCC's approach during bargaining may not constitute bad faith bargaining in a legal sense, but in my view, it falls short of what good faith bargaining should look like, especially in times like these. I'm concerned that the needs of faculty, students, and staff are not receiving full and careful consideration in this process. Let me leave you with this. During difficult times, it is not only important what you decide, the way you decide, the process by which you decide is equally important. Decisions reached under these circumstances can and will have lasting consequences for the morale of faculty and staff, the well-being of students, and Lane's reputation. I urge you to embrace the principles of consultation, transparency, shared governance, and good faith. These are the values and practices that can help LCC weather this adversity and chart the path to a better future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Soriano Cervantes. Following is Amy Beasley.
Good evening. Sorry, I have to put in my reading glasses. Okay. Good evening. I'm Leslie Soriano Cervantes, career counselor, and as of January 2026, I will be the only career counselor that will be serving the entire institution. All LCC employees, its administration, community members, and most importantly, students. Thank you for allowing me the space to share my experience. Our college should be educating students in every aspect, including the board that represents it. Today, I want to speak of the qualities of great leadership: courage, integrity, value orientation, willingness to not only hear people, but listen to them, data-driven, non-judgmental, community-centered, most importantly, student-focused. I want to thank Austin Folnaggy for always striving to be this kind of leader and role model. Your job is a thankless one. All the board positions are, frankly. However, in my 20 years at Lane, I was rarely seen, heard, listened to, nor taken into account when I would attend board meetings. I am sure you are all nice enough folks in your own right. But Mr. Folnaggy, you've taken the time to acknowledge nearly every person that comes into these board meetings. I've personally witnessed your kindness and willingness to connect where people are, and for that I thank you. Lane County thanks you. Unfortunately, the behavior displayed by leaders from a national, state to city level, and yes, at the college board and campus level, people forget intentionally or in the heat of the moment that you are all role models and educators. As a faculty that teaches human relations at work, I urge everyone to remember that the next time public disagreement occurs, students in the community are watching. All of us ought to model the attributes I've highlighted. Thank you again, Mr. Folnaggy, for your leadership.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Beasley. Following is Aaron Bartley.
Good evening, board members. I'm Amy Beasley. I'm reading this statement in solidarity with my LCCEA colleagues.
After the administration's recent and sudden decision to cancel 100 winter and spring courses, 25 faculty took the time to share how these cuts will impact them, their students, and the college as a whole. We'd like to share some of those responses. Unsurprisingly, there were numerous concerns about pay and benefits, such as loss of pay, loss of health insurance, reduced pension or retirement accrual, or delayed and impacted retirement, and some part-time faculty noted they would not be able to collect unemployment. Faculty expressed concern about meeting specific living expenses. Some are quite fearful about paying bills, affording mortgage and rent, affording college for their kids, necessary home maintenance, and basic needs. Concerns about working conditions are prevalent as new schedules created by class cuts result in new preps, some of them for classes that faculty feel unprepared for or had not taught in a very long time, and very different, less manageable work schedules. A number of faculty expressed dismay over the college's loss of the talent and expertise of part-time colleagues. Numerous faculty are concerned with the lack of communication around the class cancellations with faculty as well as with students who have been coming to faculty with their questions and confusion. Some also noted the way the cancellations contributed to deteriorating morale on campus, as well as the way the cancellations impacted the community's perception of and trust in the college. Numerous faculty felt surprised at the cancellation of courses that they, based on their experience and knowledge of past enrollment, felt strongly would have been well enrolled if they had remained open and available to students. Faculty are also concerned about the impact class cancellations will have on the college due to the lost revenue that these courses would likely have generated. Many faculty were very concerned about the impact of these cancellations on students. These concerns included the loss of popular classes that would have filled and that students will miss, the loss of classes that students depend on, making it difficult or impossible for them to prepare for transfer program completion or careers, impacts on their ability to engage and retain students.
Thank you.
Next, we have Aaron Bartley. Following is Brooke Taylor.
Good evening. My name is Erin Bartley, and I'm continuing this statement in solidarity with my union colleagues. Impacts on our ability to attract new students, the loss of on-campus classes, which impacts students who need a certain number of courses to be face-to-face, for instance, international students and veterans. Here are a few representative quotes we would like to share from faculty. Quote, I'm in my early 60s, a single parent of a high school junior who will be going to college in 2027, and I don't have too many years until retirement. This will significantly disrupt my ability to afford my son's college and also my retirement. Quote, the administration needs to remember that opening enrollment for the whole year is a brand new practice for students and faculty alike. Particularly programs where most students are not full-time at Lane were surprised by very early discussions of cutting sections for winter when most students hadn't even realized that they could sign up for winter already. Quote, I cannot survive on one class per term. It is not financially possible. I could lose my house. My mortgage is cheaper than local apartment rentals, so selling my house and renting would cost me more. At the completion of spring term, I will also lose my health insurance and benefits, as I do not receive summer assignments that could keep my benefits through the summer. Quote, I am deeply concerned about my students who were counting on registering for the certain courses that were canceled. Many are emailing instructors asking what to do, but I feel completely in the dark, as I simply received an email that my courses were cut a week ago on Friday. Quote, I also have concerns about our international students, veterans, and those students who have student loans. They have certain requirements regarding the number of credits they're required to take, along with how many courses must be in person. Quote, it's hard enough for new non-traditional students to enroll and find their way around campus without these hiccups. It's bad practice for our community members trying desperately to gain skills for employment. The choice to cancel classes is just one recent example of the administration making unilateral decisions that disregard the perspectives and well-being of campus stakeholders. We urge you, the board, to encourage the administration to move towards more collaborative and thoughtful decision-making processes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brooke Taylor. Following is Jen Farrow.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Taylor. I've been teaching chemistry at LCC for the past 22 years. At your last meeting, you heard reports about the benefits of annual registration and that the overall part-time budget for the college increased this year. In my division, neither is true. The amount allocated to science decreased compared to last year and was insufficient for the annual schedule we developed in early 2025. LCC implemented annual registration despite concerns raised by faculty and deans. In May May 2025, students began registering for classes up to a year in advance, setting their class and work schedules and making childcare arrangements around these classes. In late October, we were directed by the administration to reduce our part-time faculty budget. This is halfway through the year in terms of scheduling. Summer term is complete and fall term is in progress, now nearly done, and leaves only 2 terms to reduce the budget. 5 months after registering, students are learning the classes they plan to take are no longer being offered. In science, this resulted initially in 20 sections being cut from winter and spring term, potentially harming 480 students. In chemistry specifically, sections in the major sequences, general and organic chemistry, were cut initially. How are we to retain students when we cut classes in the middle of a sequence when no other sections have capacity for students to enroll? Students need to be registered in the class to meet degree requirements, not just on a wait list. And assuming students can take any available section is not realistic for our students. In science, enrollment demand is not driving decisions. We had to cut classes at 50% enrollment that likely would have filled had they remained on the schedule because we needed to right-size the budget. Currently, science has 193 students on 20 different wait lists, with one course having over 80 students on the wait list for multiple sections, and we have no ability to offer additional classes. Perhaps enrollment growth is no longer a college priority. We need to have budget details well in advance of schedule development and student registration. Annual registration is causing more harm than good.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jen Farrow. Following is Shalimar Steinberg.
Good evening, members of the board. I am Jen Farrow, a union member, and I am reading an anonymous statement on behalf of a faculty colleague. She writes, "I have chosen to stay anonymous to keep my identity safe. Our current administration does not give me confidence that they have the best interest of the faculty and staff in mind. With what I have heard from other colleagues, past and present, who have spoken out, I also worry about retaliation. As a faculty member of color committed to fostering an inclusive, supportive, and engaging learning environment, I bring forward a perspective on some concerning trends in education that affect job security and retention, particularly for educators from marginalized backgrounds like myself. It is believed by some that enacting policies that affect job security, such as removing continuing contracts, will help to increase diversity within the workplace. In my experience, this is not the case. Several years ago, I relocated from another state that removed the ability to receive continuing contracts for educators. For 3 years, I worked on an annual contract. Each year, I received great marks on my evaluations, meeting or exceeding all expectations as an educator with no previous experience. I had several conversations with different members of the administration about my future and potential growth within the district. Yet each year in May, I would nervously wait and read through school board meeting notes to see if I would be offered a contract for the next year. At the end of my second year, I actually was not offered a contract until about a month after school had ended, and I had already anxiously spent several months applying for every teaching job possible within a 1-hour radius. My colleague will read the rest of the statement.
Thank you.
Next is Shalimar Steinberg. Following is Esther O'Farrell.
Thank you. My name is Shalimar Steinberg, and I'm finishing the previous statement. It was very clear that my hard work and dedication were not valued or a priority in maintaining employment. I did not want to spend every spring worrying about whether or not I would have a job to support my family in the fall. So even though I had deep roots in my hometown and a recognized family legacy in education, the removal of continuing contracts meant it was time to move on. Offering job security shows educators, especially those from diverse backgrounds, that they are valued and respected. Removing elements of job security reduces the number of qualified applicants who are willing to consider available positions. It also unnecessarily increases the risk factor of employment with our institution, especially for those who are already at risk of oppression. I strongly believe that if you are truly looking to recruit and retain people of color to work at LCC, offering job security will be a key factor. And then speaking on my own behalf as a part-time faculty member who has worked here since 2011, I have experienced, not because of my racial identity, but because of being a part-time faculty member, having classes dropped at the very last minute and how impactful that can be on your ability to continue to be an educator. I had to go work other jobs for 2 or 3 years at a time in the middle of having classes dropped. That said, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Esther Ofirkle. Following is Jody James.
Hello to the board. My name is Esther O'Farrell, and I'm a part-time instructor of cultural anthropology. At least I think I am. I'm not sure yet if the class I've been teaching in winter for the last few years is one of the many that were recently canceled. I'm here, though, to talk about how the administration's proposed cost-cutting measures will affect students and ultimately the college. The proposed changes to the faculty contract would in part result in fewer sections, larger classes, reduced guidance and advising by faculty, reduced outreach for at-risk students, reduced or less effective assessment of student performance, reduced faculty morale, and less stability and continuity for disciplines and programs. So to be clear, the administration's proposals to reduce part-time instruction and to have full-time faculty absorb the additional workload at less pay, I believe are short-sighted solutions to a budgetary problem that does not exist the way it's being advertised. I hope the board will direct the administration to prioritize the values that guide the declared mission of this college, and that the board will further direct the administration to bargain in good faith with the Faculty Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jody James. Following is Melinda Bean.
Hello, I'm Jody James, and part-time dance faculty, and I speak to you in solidarity with my colleagues. What do local business owner Mariah Melson, lawyer Colleen O'Malley, and licensed professional counselor Gio Bitgood all have in common? They are all Lane Dance alumni who chose to focus deeply on technique, creative process, and performance while earning their degrees. Their success illustrates something essential. Dance is not a narrow or isolated field. It is a training ground for the skills today the world demands. Dance is often the first program to be gutted and the last to be understood, yet it produces some of the most capable, adaptable, and successful graduates across professions. Students who train in dance develop focus, take risks, cultivate ingenuity, resilience, teamwork, self-discipline, and the ability to meet complexity with clarity. These are the foundational competencies that make someone effective in business, law, education, psychotherapy, public service, and community leadership. Our alumni prove this every day. They are small business owners strengthening the local economy, attorneys navigating complex legal systems, and counselors supporting mental health in our community. Their paths began in the dance studios at Lane, spaces that foster critical thinking, creativity, presence, and embodied understanding. Keeping dance strong at Lane is not an artistic luxury. It is an educational necessity. It builds whole humans, humans who can collaborate, innovate, communicate, and persevere. I urge you to recognize dance not as expendable, but as essential, and to ensure that this vital pathway remains open for every student who needs it and wants it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Melinda Bean. Following is Paula Toney.
And just FYI to the overflow room, we have about 5 or so seats. You're welcome to come on over if you would like.
How would you make the world a better place? I'm Melinda Bean, psychology instructor. I'm a soft-spoken woman of impact. Work-life balance supports productivity and well-being. Appearance, we have lots of money spent in strategic communication to promote LCC's image, which is important. But strategic communication sometimes has been designed to undermine faculty, integrity of faculty or union, sometimes promotes misleading forecast statistics based on faulty assumptions, and often involves justifying arbitrary decisions by suggesting a basis in Oregon law. Reality and truth. Faculty, classified staff, and deans carrying work with students every day involves time to understand each student's walk through life. This is the truth that matters. Restoring work-life balance. Please note that strategic communication is not reality and truth. It's time to leave behind justifications, misleading information, any threats, violating fair labor practices, potentially violating Oregon budget laws, because these actions create uncertainty, distrust, and stress, which destroys work-life balance. The core of LCC, faculty, classified staff, and deans' collective work keeps LCC strong and viable. Faculty need a contract with job security that recognizes, appreciates, and values our work, rather in trying to undercut the integrity. It's important to acknowledge that many levels of student success
Thank you, ma'am.
is more than numbers and formulas. I'm making the world a better place. I'm a teacher.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paula Toney. Following is Jeffrey Borrowdale.
Hi, everyone. Dear Board of Education, I'm here to let you know that as a dedicated and hardworking faculty member, I'm feeling attacked. The administration's current proposal feels like an attack on teachers. I am committed to LCC, but I do my work each day with a feeling of being under attack. Faculty are working at full capacity. We teach already large classes. We work to retain students. We know our students, and we really care about them. The LCC administration's proposal seems crafted to enrage. Increased class sizes by 50%. Mandatory overloads. A COLA of 1.8% when inflation is currently 3%. We're being offered a pay cut with increased workloads. Reducing our health insurance. Stripping away protections for job security and freedom of expression. Faculty do the work of the college. Why are we under attack? It feels like we are being treated like the enemy. Since when is attacking teachers how we run LCC? Would you expect a hospital to thrive while attacking nurses and doctors? Each term, students share with me their backgrounds and their goals. LCC is where they build a better life. A single mom who was once unhoused will work in law enforcement. A student living in a bus in a campground will become an office professional. A former stripper will serve our community in the health professions. Students who were incarcerated or are in recovery are here to build a different future. Faculty create spaces for these dreams to become reality. We can't keep our students safe if our workplace isn't safe for us. Our bargaining team has made a proposal. Please direct the administration to accept that proposal. It is fair and respectful. Let us return to our work. We would rather be focused on teaching, but we are here because the current proposal is completely unacceptable. The current bargaining process is an unnecessary waste of time. It is damaging campus climate and morale. Please accept the latest proposal from LCCEA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jeffrey Borrowdale. Following is Bonnie Samoa.
This is from Tamberly Powell, who couldn't be here tonight. I've been teaching nutrition at Lane for 23 years and helping to schedule nutrition courses for 16 of those years. The past 4 years, I've been coordinating the scheduling of courses in health and health professions. I am very concerned and frustrated with the recent actions of the administration to cut 100 courses. I put a lot of time into planning an annual registration last spring. Part-time faculty were given their yearly assignment and had financial and workload plans accordingly. I know many part-time faculty who juggle multiple jobs and decide what work to accept or decline based on their workload at Lane. Finding out mid-fall term that their courses have been canceled puts a huge financial burden on these faculty. It's disheartening that the college would make these last-minute cuts with no notice to faculty or students after rolling out annual scheduling. It's frustrating that these cuts were made with no input from the coordinators who schedule these courses. About 40% of nutrition courses were cut for winter and spring, and about 30% of health classes were cut. All of the nutrition and health courses were full in fall with waiting lists. For winter, and all nutrition sections are already full with 35 students on a wait list. Most health sections are full too. Many students register last minute for these courses, but now there will be no space for students to register. We offer sports nutrition and personal nutrition every term, but now neither will be offered for winter or spring. In the 23 years I've been here, we have never offered so few nutrition courses. It seems odd timing during an enrollment surge and in a, quote, budget crisis when these courses would bring revenue to the college. Please consider the impact these cuts have on both students and faculty and reinstate nutrition and health courses at Lane. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bonnie Samoa. Following is Haley Burley.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Samoa, and in solidarity with my colleagues, I'm here to express my deep concern about how reductions in part-time course offerings have gravely affected the dance program. Feels like a death by 1,000 blows. I began teaching at Lane in 1999, and when I retired in the spring of 23, the college lost its only full-time dance member, faculty member, a position that has still not been filled. Without a full-time faculty presence, the course loads needed to sustain a coherent program are not being assigned. As a result, the core classes and even full sequences have disappeared. Without those courses, kinesthetic learners lose their pathway, and without a full-time anchor, there is no one consistently present to guide, advocate, or respond to student and transfer institution needs. There's simply no guarantee that this work is happening. The dance program is limping along. It's bleeding out, and the students are suffering. An informal survey of my students this term shows that more than 80% identify as LGBTQ+ or neurodivergent. These students depend on the structure, safety, and community the dance program uniquely provides. Lane's dance program, the only two-year program of its kind in the state, has offered excellent dance education since the 90s. Our beautiful studio, built with community bond dollars, is a jewel, and the Ragazzino Theater remains one of the finest dance venues on the West Coast. Before retiring, I advocated strongly for the extraordinary value of dance at Lane, for what it gives to our students, to the college, and to the community. I have yet to see signs that the college recognizes or supports this treasure. So I'll say it again, death by 1,000 blows. The dance program is bleeding out, and I feel it's important for you and our community to know this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Haley Burley. Following is Daphne Gabrielli.
Good evening. My name is Holly Burley. I'm a member of the part-time faculty and a proud member of LCCEA Union. I recently received an award recognizing 20 years of service to Lane Community College. Dr. Bulger even stood with me, smiling. I was so proud that day. The current proposal from the administration seeks to reduce the number of faculty, both full-time and part-time, based on faulty data and without considering the lives of those affected. After the cuts, the surviving faculty will face ballooning class sizes, which is antithetical to LCC's tradition. Small class sizes have been core to our identity and our appeal for decades. Studies show that students learn better in smaller classes, particularly non-traditional and at-risk students. In spite of this fact, class sizes here continue to grow. Continuing this trend sells our students short. For example, in my introduction to essay writing class, more students would mean less learning. I have lasted 20 years at this school because I believe deeply in our motto, improving lives through learning. In spite of the financial hardship, having to work another job or two to make ends meet, last-minute class cancellations that I cannot control, and being capped at 0.5 FTE, part-time faculty show up every day to support our mission. We are foundational to student success at this school, and we deserve fair compensation and job security that reflects our dedication and the value we bring to this school. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Daphne Gabrielli. Following is Jay Frazier.
Good evening, board members, President Bulger. I'm Daphne Gabrielli, Writing and Literature faculty, and I am honored to read a statement on behalf of one of my faculty colleagues, Amber Yui, and she has been a nutrition instructor for 17 years. She writes the following. Nutrition courses at LCC provide significant revenue for the college, so why are they being canceled? Students register for nutrition courses as part of their prerequisites for healthcare pathways, and many are U of O students who complete courses at LCC to save money. I was notified via email by the Dean of Health Professions that my 5 scheduled courses for winter and spring terms were cut down to only 1 course winter term. I've been teaching at LCC since 2008, which includes teaching the same terms both my children were born. My husband had his job cut in September, and I work 2 other part-time jobs in addition to teaching at LCC. We have 2 children and additional caregiving responsibilities. The loss of income will significantly impact our ability to afford food, housing, transportation, to pay bills, and to cover basic needs. In solidarity with my faculty colleagues, our students and faculty and staff deserve better. By reinstating previously canceled nutrition courses, students can continue to pursue their career paths, and faculty can continue to provide evidence-based nutrition courses during a time when nutrition misinformation runs rampant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jay Frazier. Following is Marge Heltzer.
Jay Frazier, LCCEA member. Some of you are probably thinking, uh-oh, him again. I wonder what story he's going to tell this time. We'll get to that. But first, at the last board meeting, Mr. Hawkins from the NAACP made a valid point about how black women in leadership are often mistreated. I want to clarify that the faculty's dissatisfaction with some of the administration's decisions is not based on the president's gender or ethnic background. The faculty would be just as dissatisfied if those same decisions had been made by an old white guy like me. Now, about that story. 35 years ago, I was going to graduate school in my hometown, Monroe, Louisiana. I stepped out of a shop in the downtown area, and about halfway down the block, I saw a friend of mine who I had not seen since high school. I said, Sheldon. He said, Jay. We started running toward each other, and then we're hugging. Big black guy, little white guy. We're hugging. And then it dawned on us. You know, you don't oftentimes see black men and white men embracing in downtown Monroe, Louisiana. So Sheldon put me back down, we started shaking hands. You see, I grew up in the Deep South, surrounded by overexpressions of racism, sexism, and homophobia, which is why I am so disappointed by some of the administration's decisions related to DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are values to uphold and celebrate. We should do all we can to support students and staff from any marginalized group. Look, going to college was hard enough, and I'm a cisgendered heterosexual white guy. Working at an institution where the highest administrators seem to view the rest of us as just underlings to lord over is hard enough, and I'm a cisgendered heterosexual white guy. Please, let's change this and work together to create a diverse, equitable, and inclusive college for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marge Heltzer. Following is Jim Salt.
Good evening. My name is Marge Helzer. I taught my first class here exactly 30 years ago, and I have never been more concerned for LCC. Members of the board, I know the work you do is not easy, and I thank you for being here. Last month, I listened to you speak about why you wanted to serve, and what I heard was a desire to give back and a belief in education. We all feel that way. And it's why we are so passionately fighting to preserve the college as we know it. Many people say LCC changes lives. I agree. It includes that student who showed up in my anthropology class fresh out of prison, who is now a professor at a major university, or that student who struggled in high school but but decided to give college a try and found the support here that they needed to succeed. The ones who come back to school as older adults, the veterans, the first-generation students, or the ones who sit quietly in your classroom, leaning in, making connections. All of these students and more walk around this campus every day. They count on us to guide them, to teach them, to offer the classes they need, and the ones they have yet to discover. This happens best when faculty, staff, and administration support each other through genuine dialogue and the building of trust. But whatever trust we might have felt in the past is crumbling before our eyes. It's hurting us, it's hurting our students and the community. I am looking to the Board of Education to help restore trust and democracy to this campus. Can we count on you to set your own agenda items, to vote on cuts and program revisions? Can we
Finish your
count
thought.
on you?
Yep.
Time?
Yep, we're at time, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just, can we count on you to do the right thing?
Thank you.
Next, we have Jim Salt. Following is Linda Hamilton.
Good evening. My name is Jim Salt. I teach sociology here. And I'd like to demonstrate why many faculty members have little faith in the numbers that the administration has presented to support the claim that we're in an economic crisis, and that you shouldn't either. The administration has been projecting 7.5%, 6%, and 6% hikes in total salary costs for the college over this year and the next two, despite a 10-year average of a 2.7% annual increase, as you can see in their forecast data. The Budget Office explained that these figures, the 7.5, 6, and 6, are based upon a COLA of around 3% and steps increases of about 4% for all employees, right? The problem with that is, first, that at least for the faculty, more than half of the faculty are already at the top step, so they don't get steps. But it doesn't even make sense to assume that individuals moving up, the ones who do qualify for a step, that when they receive their steps, that this increases the total cost of salaries. It's illogical. Since people are moving up and moving off of the salary schedule at all times. You know, it happens for full-time faculty annually, part-time faculty sometimes more often. It's only a shift in the distribution of faculty on that system, the salary step system, that would actually result in a change in the total cost to the college, and that could go up or down. It's an empirical question. So I answered that empirical question. I gathered the data from HR, analyzed it at a very fine degree, and I shared the results with the leaders of the Budget and the Finance Office, and they asked me for a copy of the data. data, which I kindly sent to them in great detail and clarity. And the response that I got from them was nothing. I never heard from them. I asked them to confirm or disconfirm. I offered my help in helping them calculate the similar numbers for other work groups.
Finish your thought.
I never got a response at all. I'm sorry, it's time.
Yep, thank you.
Next, we have Linda Hamilton. Following is Micah Halbrook.
Can you repeat those names again, just to make sure that Overflow hears it?
We have Linda Hamilton. Following is Micah Halbrook.
Linda, Michael? All right.
Do we have Micah Halbrook?
Oh, Micah. Oh, Micah. Oh, perfect.
And following Micah Halbrook will be Susan Cox.
Excellent.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Micah. I'm a recent alumni of LCC, Ford Family Scholar, thanks to the efforts of the teachers here. I'm now a social services major at PSU, and my son hopes to begin his attendance here next year as cybersecurity. For many, including me, the school has been a zone of support. I've heard from too many people to count that this campus has been the safest environment they have access to. Unfortunately, a number I'm not brave enough to disclose today relate vulnerability to the illegal ICE kidnappings being directed at our local communities of color and divergent mindsets. Not even Native folks with tribal IDs or legal citizens with green cards are safe from being abducted from lives they live lawfully and honorably, let alone the immigrants our state offers sanctuary to. Policies being proposed for LCC prove that the trust students, staff, and faculty have had in this property, being a secure place to learn and share openly, is gravely misplaced. When I brought up ICE's illegal actions and requested clarity on LCC's proposed policies related to the removal of non-discrimination rights and other workplace protections, I was given a redirection that this school does not employ illegal immigrants, so ICE couldn't be used as a threat against a faculty member. The issue is a statement in the administration's proposal to the union that states part-time faculty will not be protected from discrimination, echoing recent nationally implemented policy changes I never thought could exist on our own campus. The simple insertion of this policy betrays the truth of those working to pass a disrespectful proposal that threatens a crucial resource in our community. If anything, we should stand in solidarity, a community built by misfits and welcoming to the unconventional. The entirety of the proposal reads like someone finally had an excuse to stop worrying about equity and marginalized demographics, and that is the bread and butter this college makes into gourmet community enrichment. Disrespect to our faculty is clear with the proposal.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Once they're gone, we'll have lost an irreplaceable, unrecognized talent. Thank you for
Thank you.
to say.
Next, we have Susan Cox. Following is Mary Spieldy. All right, next is Mary Spieldy. Following is Demond Hawkins.
Good evening, members of the board, President Bulger. I'm concerned tonight, Mary Spieldy, former employee at Lane. I'm really worried about the college's accreditation. I'm concerned because between the media attention about board dysfunction, about acknowledged violations of your own policies by board members, and due to the fiscal viability of the college, and given that the CEO of the Northwest Commission was here for the last board meeting, I speculate that steps are going to be taken by our accreditors. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. And the stakes are high. Loss of Pell Grants, inability to award degrees. I saw it play out at North Idaho College for over 2 years, where they were very close to losing accreditation because of ineffective and politicized governance. Please don't let it happen here. Get your act together and put the students and the college at the center of your decisions. I'm also concerned about the budget. I don't know what the numbers are, but I would ask that you allow the administration to start planning using the governance process as we always have. At the end of the day, you get to approve the budget. But you have to plan for the worst case. You can't get to next March or April, find out that the state has cut money and you have no plan in place. That just isn't going to work. So please allow the process that we've used for years to start. And I would say that developing a budget plan for review by the local budget committee and the board is not a violation of local budget law. It's what every institution does. They must present a budget to the local budget committee. You can't keep arguing about the numbers. You just need to start the planning so that you're ready
Go ahead,
when the
finish
time
thought.
comes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Damon Hawkins. Following is Jonathan Wright.
Good evening. I am actually going to be very quick tonight because I was getting sleepy back there. I've been very critical of you guys about the treatment of the president, and I want to give you guys credit for the statement made this morning, this earlier when you started here, and the composure that you guys have kept so far with this. It set the tone in here. I mean, it did not sound anywhere near as bad as it did on November 5th. So thank you for that. I would like to say you have a lot of decisions to make. You guys have a lot of things to do. Everybody's passionate about this in this community, but you have to do what's right for the college overall. And it is not just the president. It's not just the board. It's all you guys together. And you guys each have a lens that is very important to this community. And how it gets delivered is through your president. So just think about it that way. I understand the union is in a contract year. They're doing what they have to do. That's understandable. But you guys have to take care of the college overall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jonathan Wright. Following is Eric Parrish.
Members of the board, President Bolger. My name is Jonathan Wright. I'm here today as a community member and as a husband of a full-time faculty member at LCC. I'm here to express my concerns on the administration's proposal to lift class caps and increase teaching loads and what that means for faculty and the students they serve. The administration frames this as purely a faculty workload issue. This is also about the quality of education that the college will provide students. Faculty are already working beyond capacity. My wife grades, crafts lesson plans, and responds to students long past the end of my workday and every day on the weekend. Even so, she takes pride in her students' success and growth over the course of each term. My wife became an educator to provide a transformative education, not to process students through a system. LCC serves students who often need extra support, including first-generation, veterans, and non-traditional learners. LCC students have entrusted this institution with their futures and their tuition dollars. They deserve educators who have the time and energy to support them and help them succeed. Ultimately, the proposal to lift class caps and increase teaching loads will adversely affect students who will receive less attention than they need, less attention than they deserve, and less attention than they paid for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Parrish. Following is Melissa Bird.
Good evening, President, Chair, and members of the LCC Board. My name is Eric Parrish. I'm a 44-year resident of Lane County, an active participant in the business community, and as a fellow board member in this community, I serve as executive and treasurer on boards like the Peace Health Foundation, U of O Alumni, Eugene Chamber, and Onward Eugene. I'm concerned about the proposal to shift operational authority from the president to the board, and that being a fundamental error. I think it can put at risk the college's accreditation, its financial stability, and the vital workforce training pipeline our economy depends on. As a fellow board member, I guide and support executive directors and CEOs. I do not step into their operational duties at all. So I think that's something to consider. The business community is united in urging this board to maintain proper governance roles, protect the operational leadership of the college, and actively avoid succumbing to political pressure. It is your job as the board to support the president in making difficult operational decisions for the benefit of the college, the students, and our regional economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Melissa Bird, and our final commenter for the night is Eric Kim.
Hi, everyone. Board of Directors, Madam President. My name is Dr. Melissa Bird, and I am a business owner, social worker, former part-time college professor, and I'm currently running for Congress in Oregon's 4th Congressional District. I'm here today to affirmatively support the DPLC resolutions and to voice my grave concerns about the elimination of the licensed practicing nurses program, union busting, and the move by administration to reduce the number of positions serving LCC Native American students. As a community, we are facing a severe shortage of nurses due to retirements, insufficient new nurses in the field, and our aging population. Now is not the time to cut academic programs that are critical to the health and well-being of our entire community. Unions are the lifeblood of our democracy, and any and all protections for faculty must be negotiated and improved to account for our current economic situation here in Oregon. As a Native woman, I am always concerned when supports for Native students and staff are reduced or eliminated entirely. Native college students face discrimination through underrepresentation and inequitable institutional treatment. LCC making these types of decisions creates systemic barriers for Native student success and access. I hope the board will be given the opportunity to fulfill their duties as an elected body so that the faculty and community can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker of the night is Eric Kim.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Eric Kim. Tonight we'll be on the confirmation bias. The confirmation bias is the tendency to seek information consistent with your beliefs and ignore information inconsistent with your beliefs. I didn't like The Last Jedi. Without gravity, bombs in space make no sense, and you don't send in bombers without fighter escort. When I search the internet, why Last Jedi sucks, I look for information that's consistent with my belief, The Last Jedi sucks. I don't look for information that The Last Jedi was actually good. One practice that fosters learning, expertise, and reducing bias is to search for information and consider alternative viewpoints inconsistent with your beliefs. However, searching for and considering alternative viewpoints and changing your beliefs is uncomfortable, which is why many don't do it. Strategies for reducing bias increase the likelihood of developing expertise. We want our students to be successful beyond LCC and in the workplace. We want our students to choose their job instead of taking what they can get. The Industry for Educators program, sponsored by City Club of Eugene, Lane Workforce Partnership, Lane Education Service District, Eugene Area Chamber of Commerce, Collaborative EDO, Onward Eugene, and Connect Lane County, we visited local businesses. To stay competitive, employers created environments where employees can act and think independently and feel safe to voice their concerns if a course of action would hurt their company. Astronauts, submarine commanders, leaders, teachers, or parents knowing about the confirmation bias, considering why they are wrong, and fostering environments that welcome different viewpoints, create places where people can thrive and develop expertise. It reduces bad decisions, polarized beliefs, and the Dunning-Kruger effect. This will be transformational. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. And that, let's see, we had a couple people missing, which was Linda Hamilton, and was there one other person? Oh, what was your name?
Kate Mills.
Kate Mills.
I don't have. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Kate Mills.
Kate Mills, please, come up. Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, as I mentioned, my name is actually Kate Sellis Mills. I'm a professor of psychology at the University of Oregon, and I'm the current president of the UO Faculty Union United Academics. I'm here as an educator, as a member of this community, and as a former community college student who aspires to send my children to LCC one day. Like many members of the community who have spoken tonight, I am here to support the work of the LTC Education Association and their current bargaining for a fair contract, as well as their fight to preserve the integrity of this public institution. I'm concerned about what I've learned from my fellow educators tonight and urge the board to listen to the demands of the faculty and the students of this institution. These demands require immediate attention, as there are only 2 bargaining sessions left before mediation, and while the faculty union has revised their proposals, the response from the LCC administration bargaining team has been minimal or regressive, such as reducing health insurance options or proposing mandatory overtime at reduced pay. I'm also concerned by the lack of shared governance regarding program closures and cutting courses, which profoundly affect both faculty who are trying to plan for their lives, as well as students who are preparing for their next educational and career steps. As my colleague Mike Urbancic, many, hours ago now, remarked, shared governance is hard, but it is absolutely necessary to make the best possible decisions. LCC students and faculty have been giving powerful testimonies and have shared their grave concerns throughout this night. Please listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, Linda Hamilton, and who's the other person that was missing?
There was a student, Isaac Ordaz.
Isaac? All right. That concludes public comment. I think everyone needs a bio break for about 10 minutes here. Thank you so much for everyone who participated and came today. And everybody outside, enjoy those treats and everything, but just try to keep the voices down, okay? Yeah. All right. Thanks, Julie. All right, we are going back into order with our December meeting. The reports are now section 5. We are now going to be moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries. So where we're at is the old section 3, which is the consent agenda. And because that's because we moved to item 5. So anything to be removed from the consent agenda? I do have one, which is the November 5th, 2025 meeting minutes to be removed.
What do you need?
Is that a motion?
Oh, no, it's not a motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
just.
All right, any other items to be removed?
I've lost my copy of that consent agenda. I just need a.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, so the old section 3. Believe me, I had to review it again too. All right, anything to be removed from the consent agenda? Steve?
Yeah, I would like to remove item C for discussion.
The bond project contract interest. Okay, excellent. So we got B and C removed from the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of B and C.
We have a motion?
Second.
Motion and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right. We will start in alphabetical order. We'll start with the November 5th, 2025 meeting minutes. I would like to make an amendment to the meeting minutes. Let me pull up the meeting minutes one more time here. It is in regards to the point of order. And part of this is to clarify what was the exact action that was taken at the board meeting. I'm going to read the amendment now, which is point of order. Member Wiesman raised a point of order citing personal attacks and board chair's statement. The chair ruled the point of order not well taken, stating that the testimony was informational, which isn't a violation of policy or board operating agreements.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the meeting minutes with that phrasing. I was wondering if I could bring the parliamentarian up to just speak in regards to the concept of communicating this point of order not well taken in regards to why it should be reflected in the meeting minutes. Paul? Oh, yeah, Julie.
No, I'm just wondering if we can't have that kind of conversation at a different time where we all get educated on how to do all this instead of right now at this late hour.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I was just a part of discussion, but yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, no worries, no worries.
It seems like a great time just to have it done with. It'll probably take 30 seconds, I assume.
Yep, okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when a point of order is made, the minutes, according to Robert's Rules of Order, should reflect the point of order, whether the point was well taken or not well taken, and finally, any reasons for the ruling. So the well taken, not well taken is a ruling by the chair, which is subject to appeal, but there should be reasons there, which then are part of the permanent record.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? All right, we'll move to a vote. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
I'm just a little confused, I'm sorry, as to what it is that I don't see the original, so I'm not sure what we're being asked to change it from.
Oh, yeah. So what the parliamentarian was just saying,
Can someone put it on the screen?
Oh.
The original minutes?
You read I think you read the change, but I
yeah.
don't.
Oh, yeah, the original minutes, yeah. It would be, yep, thank you for putting up the original minutes. And the purpose, to answer your question, is to properly reflect, per Robert's Rules of Order, what the action was actually taken. So it will be through the board comments. Scroll down.
Number 20.
There we go, number 20, there we go. Right below, which is that point of order.
Can you restate the new?
Absolutely. Member Wiesman raised a point of order citing personal attacks and board chair's statement. The chair ruled the point of order not well taken, stating that the testimony was informational, which is in violation of policy or board operating agreements. Oh, yes, Kevin.
I think, since we're all kind of buffing up our Roberts expertise, there's a variety of ways to amend something, and one of those ways is to say, strike the words and replace with, or replace entire sentence, or, so what I hear you saying is you're striking the original minutes and you're inserting the new sentence.
Yes, the new description there, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor for amend, oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Steve,
I
yeah.
just feel, I have this written version. I heard just very briefly, the updated, phrasing. I guess I'd like to see them side by side. I just don't process it as fast as you're saying it out loud.
Yeah. Brett, can I email this to you?
Sure.
All right. This was sent to the board in an email, but there you are. It's being sent right now. Wait, did I accidentally? Just making sure I got. Thank you for everyone's patience. Yes. Yes, it is sent out.
So we need to look at our emails right now, so we're.
Oh, no. Brett is pulling up the language. Yeah. Got it? Great.
It's in the pipe.
Let's see.
Can we move to the other point of
Yeah,
order?
I was about to say, so the other one, which was the bond project contract increase approval, you, Steve, you mentioned withdrawing this. Did you want to speak on it?
Looks like it's up now. Let's finish, actually.
Perfect, great.
Motion on the floor.
Thank you so much. Oh, there you go. Everybody okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Zach.
And board chair statement, what is that referring to?
Board chair statement, that was the statement that was read at the beginning of the meeting,
Can you add at the beginning of the meeting?
Oh, yeah, I'll take that. I mean, technically, it was not a friendly amendment, but, is there any objection? Any objection?
Yeah, I don't think I said that. So I'm objecting to the whole statement.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
remember ever saying board chair's statement in my point of order. So I don't know how to insert that into this conversation.
Absolutely, yeah. So I did pull up the transcript. And of course, this is a summary, not necessarily an exact wording, of course. But, excuse me one second. And I apologize, I had the email up and.
Chair, how would you feel about tabling this item until the next meeting, and you can send out the exact language ahead of time, and we can add it then? Does this need to be approved at this meeting?
President Bolger, I wanted to ask in regards to, is there any issues with meeting minutes not being approved afterwards?
We certainly want the meeting minutes approved, but they don't need to be approved this evening.
Okay.
We'll bring them back in January, which is the next time that we'll meet. We'd like to have them approved at that time, though. They do need to be approved.
Yeah. The table does require a second, so is there a second? Second. I see a second. All right. Any objection to tabling? All right, that is tabled. Steve.
No objection, but since we're on the topic, before we move on to the next one, I just, if it's okay to ask the parliamentarian if, for his opinion on the accuracy of either statement, from a parliamentarian's perspective, which is the preferred?
Carries, please.
Mr. Chair, I cannot comment on the accuracy of the factual basis of the statements or what was said, but I would say that the first sentence, I'm not sure about how to answer that. The second sentence, the ruling, the chair ruled, was the section where I was recommending language that I believe is clearer for a permanent record, such as the journal or the minutes in the journal.
Thank you.
I know we just tabled this, but if you would just simply strike everything after citing personal attacks, make it that Julie Wiesman objected that the comment was a personal attack on the president, period. And then you can do your ruling. I would be fine with that.
Would everyone be okay with that? No, yeah. Well, we had to have to remove it from the table in order to do that, but yeah.
Just move past it really
Just
quickly.
put it into next month's calendar with it changed. Hopefully you guys can both agree on it, and then we can just,
I just did.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that, everyone. Steve, you pulled item C.
Yeah, thank you. It's, I just wanted to do a little follow-up questioning on it. So I believe the item requests budget authority for an additional, I think it's around $280,000 for additional design work on Building 12. So that seems fine to me. I'm wondering if we should also then be expecting kind of a corresponding increase in the, on the construction contract, which would eventually come our way, and what kinds of impacts that might have on the budget as a whole.
I think I know who's going to be called to speak on this, but President Bulger?
Oh, yes, Tom. Well, Tom is on his way down here. So yes, Tom, please come to the table.
Exactly.
Anticipation. Tom Goodhue, Capital Construction Manager for Lane Community College. Yes, I think there's a presentation or in the things that talking about some of the other budget changes that we did increase the budget after going through initial design. Found, as not too surprising, the building's a little more broke than we had hoped. I won't say than maybe we thought, but this is adding significantly more deferred maintenance work, as well as just getting to know what the public safety's needs are in today's world. A lot of the budget was originally set up, back in the master planning phase and earlier times, so public safety realm has also changed significantly for their demands and needs.
Yeah, just to be clear.
Personal privilege, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Can we get that door closed or?
Public safety? Public safety, would you mind just helping with the noise out there? Greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you, Julie. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, so Tom, I don't dispute
Yeah,
the need
no.
for the additional work and,
okay.
things happen, building, you open
Yeah.
a building up, you discover more than you anticipate. Not all of that makes sense. My concern was my question is really trying to place the full impact of this in context of the remaining bond dollars, right? So you're talking about $280,000 for additional design work, which potentially might lead to a whole bunch of additional construction
It
work.
is.
And that's my concern. Like, well, is there any way we can get some sense of what those impacts will be against the entirety of the remaining bond dollars?
I'm going to look to Jennifer, because we do have that, I believe, is in her update that comes later in the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to tell me,
Yeah.
don't worry, we got it covered, all the other things there's still money for
We have
those,
not-
there's contingency for them.
Yeah.
That's
we have
basically what I'm
tapped
looking
a little
for.
contingency. We've also found through savings from some projects, as well as realizing interest from the investments that we've had for 5 years. So that's where the money came from. We did not reduce any upcoming or other active projects at this time. But as we're closing out projects that are closed, at that end of construction, we are finding a few savings along the way and hope to continue.
The bond planning list that you all looked at in October 2024, it's the same list, but some of the numbers are changed for the reasons that Tom said. So we've had some savings and we've realized some interest.
Okay, that was basically my question. Like, this doesn't force something else off the list. We're not going to be confronted with that decision down the line. We don't think so.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to know.
Excellent. Would anyone like to make a motion to pass C?
I will make the motion to approve. I believe it's item C.
Yep.
Second.
All right, been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, great. We're now moving on to action items, which is the required 3-year financial plan. President Bulger, do we have a presentation on this?
Yes, we do, and thank you, everyone. I really want to say there was quite a lot of public comment this evening, and really appreciate all the stories of students. I share those stories of transformation in students, and that's why we're here. Really also appreciate the questions, all of the questions that were raised, and really glad that the people who are still in the room, in these 2 rooms, I can see you on Zoom there, are still here. And what I plan to do is communicate to the entire college after this. This is a very important presentation. We're going to take about 60 minutes for this presentation, and I'd like for Kara to come up to the podium, please, and Jonathan, so that we can talk about this. 2 parts. One is a 12-page document that is the required 3-year financial plan. I'm hoping that the entire board read that. That will not be the subject of the first 8 slides that will be the presentation, but I'm sure that you will have questions about it because that's where the recommendation is coming from in that 12-page document, and we are going to ask for your approval of that 3-year plan this evening. So there have been a lot of questions about assumptions, and that is what Kara and Jonathan are going to start with first. So, Kara.
And just really quickly before we start, those who are in the overflow room, we have plenty of seats. You are welcome to join. Thank you. My apologies. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having us here. I'm going to ask Jonathan to go through the first few slides and the forecast and the assumptions that are within that.
Thanks, Kara. Good evening. I'm Jonathan Campbell, Director of Budget and Resource Planning. So if we go to the next slide. Okay, so there's a lot of words on here, but I'm going to kind of go through them just so we all understand what's in the baseline forecast. But first, before we get started, I put a couple of resources in the back of this presentation for you all to review later. I wanted to define the difference between a forecast and a budget real quick. For us, a forecast is a dynamic thing, right? We talk about it all the time. We get new inputs. We plug new data in as we get it. We try to share it as much as we can. We spend a lot of time kicking the tires on this model. It's our best estimate at a given time. It's our best estimate based on what we know, what we're seeing with the economy, with what we're seeing with the payroll data, with all the various inputs. I spend a lot of time on this. It's meant to facilitate discussion. It's meant to show impacts. It's meant to show trajectory and for everyone to look at it collectively and have a solid foundation on what inputs we put in and what we're going to see in the future. It's different from a budget, which follows Oregon budget law, which goes through our governance process, which we will, of course, do throughout the year. It has a very specific process, whereas a budget is more static. For us, it's one fiscal year, so it's set numbers that we set in the spring, and then we try to follow that plan throughout the year. Okay, I'm going to go into the assumptions. So our first pass at this with BDS, the Budget Development Subcommittee, was about 2 weeks ago, and we all kind of walked through these same assumptions. This is our baseline assumption. This is what we know at the time. This is what happens in the future, knowing what we know now. It doesn't include a set of things which I'll talk about in the next slide. It assumes that we're going to grow in enrollment growth by 2% year over year. It assumes that we're going to pass a tuition increase of 3.1%, or about $5 per credit year over year. It assumes the salary costs are going to increase in aggregate about 6%. We use a wide collection of data to triangulate on that. Another resource in the back of your slides to talk about how we get to that. And also another, hold this up, I won't read through this, but it's very tiny print of all the things we look at, resources to get to that 6%. It looks at part-time budgets. It assumes that we're going to increase that 6% to follow salary savings and increase as they increase, but also to allow us to increase the part-time budgets as our enrollment grows at 2%. Essentially, the part-time budgets is what fuels us adding additional classes and credits as we see demand comes in. It assumes that we're going to see the PERS bond cost increase for the debt. It assumes that the rates that we pay in-house are going to increase 2%. It assumes in the out years that that will drop off in the out years, so about FY 28, 29, we're going to see those rates drop down and we'll start seeing some savings, but not in the immediate forecast.
Can I ask a question while or later?
I'd like to get through it. We're going to go real quick. Thank you, though.
Appreciate that question.
Yep. It assumes that M&S, so non-salary supplies, are going to follow 3%, which is about the HEPI or about the CPI, so inflation for higher ed. It assumes that we're going to pay back the debts that we have on other subfunds. It also assumes that we're going to have a very low underutilization rate, and that's about 1%, and that's because of inflation and all the escalating costs that we're seeing with things like software, facilities, IT infrastructure, all the things that we're packing in, not necessarily addressing in this forecast. I'll say before we move on to what's not included that we don't typically put vacancy savings or underutilization into a budget. It's bad practice because we don't know if people are going to leave a position. We don't know if we're not going to see a kick up in a software contract. It's kind of bad practice, and I didn't like doing it this year, but we were doing it to get to where we needed to be now. Okay, let's move to the next slide. What this baseline forecast does not include, it does not include the state funding reductions that we've been hearing coming out of the state. It does not include declines in enrollment. We're seeing headwinds with financial aid. We're seeing headwinds with the federal landscape, with grant funding that trickles down to state funding. There's kind of a new culture that we're still trying to understand with the value of higher education, something that's new in this generation that didn't exist 5 years ago. We don't know what increasing $5 per credit will do for a diminishing return on student enrollment. If that, we're already the second most expensive college in the state. So if cost is already becoming a burden on the students, what does that mean when we pass a tuition rate that's higher? We don't know the effects of the bargaining outcomes. We don't know where that's going to land. So we used the current CBAs, the one that were in existence at the end of the last fiscal year, just to get a benchmark. It doesn't include additional budget for or investments in programs or support services. It does not include drastic increases in part-time budgets to allow for enrollment growth. There's a little bit, but not what we think we need. It does not include investments in facilities and IT infrastructure. We have aging equipment, we have aging buildings, things that we have to address that the bond will not address. We all know that we're short funding our facilities and our IT infrastructure right now. It does not include adding to the ending fund balance. It does not include a strategic reserve to face the headwinds that we're looking at. And it does not include additional funding for any innovation within our institution. So this is another way of looking at the forecasts. We are, with all the things that we're not assuming, but what's packed into the baseline forecast, the baseline forecast is for us to come to a mutual understanding of what the foundation is. The way that we're currently spending now, we're going to deficit spend $500,000 this year at best, because we're not going to meet the vacancy savings projections that we thought we were going to get of $1.7 million. The next year after that, it's 1.5. Then if there's no reduction to the state budget, we get a little bit of improvement in FY 28, but not much. And then we start dipping again in 29. Go to the next slide. Again, another view of it. Our ending fund balance requirement is about 10%. The green line is the percent where we'll land year over year with the baseline projection. Of course, things can change. We'll continue to plug in projections and new data as we see it. The red line is the requirements. The blue line is where we think we'll land in terms of dollars. Next slide. We haven't really talked about state reduction possibilities, but this slide is to represent if there's a reduction in a certain amount of dollars to our state funding, what would we need to grow at in terms of enrollment with the current set of assumptions in order to offset, so wash clean. If there's a 2.4 million reduction year over year from state funding, in order to essentially land flat and come to net zero, we would need to grow at about 10% of credit revenue enrollment growth. If it's 1.4 million, which is a possibility, that's kind of the range that we're looking at and hearing from the state. We won't know until February, probably later. We would need to grow at about 5%. And with that, I don't know, do you want to take questions on the forecast, or do you want to go into the 3-year plan?
Excellent. We'll go ahead and take questions on the forecast. Julie, did you have one?
Well, yes, I have a couple. The PERS. You explained this to us once before, where we had the bond funding that covered the PERS, and then now it's running out, and then it's going to do this thing, and they're going to be high at one point, but then it'll start to trickle back down. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I capture that in my very
Yeah, I think I used
horrible?
the really late night analogy of driving a clutch. And so essentially, we have two PERS bonds out right now, which is intended to offset it's intended to reduce our liability, our cost, what we pay for it. And the first one is coming to sunset in the next 2 years. By the end of FY28, it'll be done. And the way that works is there's a calculation on the front end that says you'll get this much benefit for it. Well, because of reality and the way things have played out over the years, we're going to be short that a little bit. And so we'll be doing the required debt payments to pay off that bond. But our rates will start to go back up, and they'll kind of cross in the next 2 years, and they won't settle until FY29. So that's why we're kind of having this double cost, even though over the grand scheme of things, it's been a benefit to us.
And so we won't cover it. It'll literally be a cost to us. Okay.
Right.
And then, so am I understanding you correctly with all the things that are not in this assumption? Is that basically the assumption is baseline is the best case?
Kind of. It doesn't talk about all the state reductions. It doesn't talk about enrollment declines. It doesn't talk about us. So it's kind of a realistic assumption at best.
Right.
It's kind of just it gets to show us where we're going to land if we plug these assumptions in. And it's our best reasonable estimate at this given time.
Okay. And then, so is any of in those kind of assumptions around, I know that as this economy is doing all kinds of wacky stuff, property values are starting to drop a little bit. Will that affect our property tax?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the growth, the 5% here. So is that 5% in enrollment to 5% in tuition? What's the 5%? How do we get to that number? What's the things that are involved in that?
Yeah, good question. So this is talking about credit revenue. So a student comes in, takes a number of credits, pays the tuition rate, and that's what we're talking about, the revenue we get from students paying tuition. And this doesn't include bad debt, where there's times where a student can't pay. And we go through a whole accounts process where over time it ends up being about 3%. And we do include that in our budget.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
So we got Kevin, anyone else? Jesse, and I see Zach. All right, great. So, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to talk about the state forecast. In rough numbers, originally it was a $370 million hole, and now, surprise, it's a $60 million hole-ish. 600% swing. How are you thinking about that? How solid is that number?
You know, and I'm actually going to look over at Brett, and he knew I was going to do that because he is our expert on that, but there is a lot of context and concern around that. Brett, do you have a...
Yeah. So legislative days were held at the Capitol last week, and a lot of meetings took place. We had a meeting today with a lot of the higher ed lobbyists to kind of compare notes on what was taken away from Salem last week. And almost immediately after the forecast came out with better news than was expected, the message that we heard in multiple meetings from Democrats in leadership and from budget leaders was that this really doesn't change anything. They're still in a pretty big hole. They still have to make reductions. Besides the deficit in the general fund, the state's facing a $14 billion hole on the elimination of Medicaid funding. And so and then we have the additional challenge that's coming with possible suspension of the transportation tax and all of the transportation projects in the state that they're going to have to figure out whether they want to find alternative funding sources to move those forward or just put them on the back burner. So what they have hinted to us is we should fully expect there to be budget reductions come February. They do not think that the February revenue forecast is going to be significantly different. They told us not to expect a major change. Now, that was kind of the message we were told 2 months ago with this current forecast, but they said that the change that's happened has happened, but they don't see it coming again in February. So they said don't plan on the forecast saving us. We expect that probably over the next few months we'll start to get word about what they're planning to present in February.
Follow-up questions? No? Jesse?
I guess I have a follow-up question on that. So, because that was my first question, was on the CCSF. They're telling us that we should expect the number to be a $60 million deficit, or expect it to be a $370 million deficit? Sorry, apparently 9 p.m. is past my bedtime.
And I'm with you. I'm trying to do math in my head right now. The deficit is one thing. The number that they have to reduce the budget by is different, because what they try to do is make sure that when they rebalance the state budget, there is a 1% cushion on the general fund. That way that, in 3 months later, when the next revenue forecast comes out, they're not in the same situation if it goes down a little bit. And so they're going to try to do a reduction plus whatever's, of the deficit plus whatever is needed to give them that 1% cushion. There has been a very active push, particularly from the labor unions in Salem, to use reserve funds. Other than a handful of legislators, I would say on the majority side, there does not seem to be an appetite for that. There's been a push to use some of the reserves, especially in the second half of this biennium. But the message that we continue to hear is if there's not a sustainable plan to move us forward, they don't want to dip into the reserves. They're kind of afraid of what else could be coming. And, the revenue forecasts for the 2 biennia after the current one are very flat. And so they're even worried about, maintaining continuing service levels in the next 2 budget cycles.
Thank you.
Were you done? I'm done. Okay.
I wasn't sure if I cut you off or not. The next question I had, Jonathan and Kara, whomever, was on the adjustable levers that we had on that first slide and the salary costs. We heard a lot about it in public comment tonight, but just curious about, I guess, how adjustable that is. And we heard, step increases, COLA increases, people exiting the ladder. Just kind of curious where that, how malleable and adjustable that is.
So I'll add to that. One of the things we talk about a lot is vacancy rate. And so our vacancy rate is really tight right now. We don't have a ton of turnover. We get a monthly or twice a month report on what positions are open. Compared to last year, I think we have maybe like 8 to 10 positions, whereas last year we had 30 or 40. So we don't get a lot of turnover. With the steps, talking about how that is net neutral, it doesn't work in reality. It works in a static environment where you know that you have 3 people retiring and 3 people coming on, but we don't have a lot of retirements. We know of 2 or 3 faculty that are retiring. We know of a few classified staff that are retiring. We don't have any managers that are rolling off of our roster. So for this year, what you see in the forecast is a combination of my thinking, you're seeing some of the crazy thinking in my brain here. But you take the actual roster that we have about 600 employees. You take where they're at now and you guess where they're going to be next year, and you guess who's going to come off, who's going to come on. We said we were trying to get 1.7 million in vacancy savings. My guess is it's going to be 800 to 900,000. And so that will get about half. That's my guess. We're still kind of working through the numbers. I would like to get through December to see where we land. We can come back with that number. But essentially what I'm saying is I'm looking at real people in real positions with a very slim vacancy rate right now. And I don't see that changing in any time soon. So stepping in what I see on the roster to next year and thinking about how in aggregate, it has been in the last 2 to 3 years, in reality, 6, 7, 8% increases as a whole. And that doesn't include OPE, doesn't include health insurance. It's solely looking at the cost of salary. And when you pack in part-time budgets to that too, the rate of vacancy is even smaller because we're teaching more classes, we're doing more things, which is a good thing ultimately. But when you're talking about how malleable that lever is, if you adjust that down from say 6 to 4, 3%, what that means is you're understating potentially next year how much our salary cost is going to be. And with real people in each position, we would need to look at who's on the roster and what we're doing with our salary.
And just to add to that, tuition is adjustable because it's recommended through BDS and College Council to the president, and the board ultimately approves that. It's adjustable based on what the board is willing to have an appetite for tuition. Salary costs, as you hear, we're in negotiations right now, and our last estimate was 23.5 of ongoing costs. So until we settle that contract, we won't know for certain what those look like, but that will certainly drive what the future looks like.
All right. I have Zach, Jerry, I put myself in the queue, and then Steve, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can we go to slide 4 and then 5 for a moment, please? So when we saw this projection last time, about 2 months ago, it had us dropping below $1 million in the out years in 2029 for ending fund balance. So it appears about a $5 million differential in the out years compared to the previous forecast. Can you speak to what changes happened in the assumptions and where the majority of that differential came from?
Yeah, I can speak conceptually about what that is. One, we did decrease it from 7% salary increase to 6%. In anticipation, that's the last 3 years is almost 6%. As Jonathan said, vacancy savings does pull into that. The other factor is we're also projecting a 5.84% increase in the state allocation, almost 6% increase in the community college support fund. So that also helps with that increase. We've also, Jonathan's done a very thorough analysis of what OPE looks like. There's a lot of ins and outs, and we've reviewed that. So we have narrowed and refined, and as we continue to work on the forecast, we'll keep refining that, but those are the major points. Is there something I missed?
Yeah, I think in January, we'll get more estimates on cost for health insurance, so we'll be able to refine that even further. But I don't think it'll change drastically for OPE for what we're thinking about.
A follow-up, so the last forecast for the state funding, we assumed a lower CCSF?
We weren't all the way through the legislative session when I think we gave you the March and May report. We had just wrapped it up. So we've been able to get that final number and then build off that. And we can do a cross comparison we can do a cross comparison if you'd like.
Just having an understanding of, it's a pretty big fluctuation. And so just want to make sure we're basing our decisions off the most accurate and best numbers that are available.
And we also didn't build in the areas that we'll talk about in the mitigation plan, where previous forecasts, we had built higher areas in some of those, where this time we're laying it out a little differently for the board. So this is just continuation of doing nothing differently than we do today, not even adding necessarily staff, not doing any of that. So this is just a flat picture of what we're doing. So what we do from here is what the next step is.
Thank you.
All right, we got Jerry.
I'll defer.
You'll defer? Excellent. Before I go, I wanted to make sure, President Hampton, did you have anything before I go? Okay, perfect. With forecasts, yes, there's the concept of like cuts potentially, but also like I consider two other things, like almost like a three-legged stool, right? Such as potential revenue forecast. I asked in a previous board meeting of like alternative revenue streams. I was able to find a document from February of '24 that gave essentially some potential revenue ideas and so forth. I'm not saying that those revenue ideas would cover the costs of the cuts that would need to be made or so forth, but every little thing helps. And then the third thing is investment. And what I mean by investment is essentially like we have programs that are growing and need more capacity. We have programs that are very distinctly needed in our workforce to help build our workforce capacity, attract employers and so forth. And I know those are, to a certain degree, difficult to forecast, but I also feel like we shouldn't necessarily ignore those in the forecast. And I wanted to kind of get an idea of like where we could potentially have those included in the forecast. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great question because it is included in the mitigation, the 3-year mitigation plan.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Sorry, Steve.
I think my question's going to be picked up, I think, in the next part, so.
Okay, perfect. Anything else in regards to forecast? I think we can move on to the next section.
Good job, thank you.
And if we can pull up the 12-page, well, okay, let's start here. And I just want to start with, I certainly think it would be worth the faculty union president and myself meeting with Department of Revenue, Oregon Department of Revenue. We have already done that, and maybe it would address the concerns of the violation of Oregon budget law. But just to clarify, Oregon budget law applies to an adopted budget. It doesn't apply to financial planning, strategies, and policy. And as a matter of fact, Oregon budget law requires them to stay silent on the fiscal policies that agencies have. So I'd be more than happy to meet with the subject matter experts, Oregon Department of Revenue, with the faculty union president and those that would be interested in learning about it and explain what that is. But I've certainly worked with budget laws for 20 years and would not recommend the board pass anything that was a violation of budget law. That would be my credibility, and I take that very seriously. So moving on from that, what I want to do is translate over from the forecast into what we're calling the 3-year mitigation plan per the board policy. We agreed to bring that back. I want to add just a couple caveats. What I included in the mitigation plan that you would be approving is we approve the 3-year plan. However, we bring this back every year in December. So if there's some concerns about year 2 and year 3, we can certainly keep refining those. And there's also trigger language that, for example, if there is a state cut that comes in that is $2.4 million, that would be more than 3% of our community college support fund, it would require us to come back and review this mitigation plan. So I just want to be clear, if the revenue streams or something changes, you and President Bolger and all of us will be back here having this conversation again. So what's included in here is some of the strategic areas the chair just brought forward, so we'll go through that. But what I'm translating is, so our budget committee, when we left in May, said we do not want to see deficit spending. So we are building a budget and recommending a foundation that is not a deficit spending budget that doesn't set us up for that failure, and also builds back towards the board policy of the 10% ending fund balance. So with that, we're saying the mitigation amount, if we focus on 27 for the moment, is we are showing a shortfall of $1.5 million based on the forecast. We're requesting a mitigation amount of $3 million, and the strategic investment is $1.52 million. In the first year, we are hoping to break even. That is just a break-even point and not making up the 10% ending fund balance. And there's strategically a reason for that. The other years, as you look at this table, compound on that. And I know that's hard, but it has to make the math work. For example, the mitigation amount for fiscal year 2028 is, you're gonna have to, I don't wear my glasses. This is where shame comes in. Is 5.5 million, but it includes 3 million from the first year plus another 2.5 million. The next year it's 5.5 million plus another 2.5 gets you to 8 million. So we're not saying we're cutting $8 million by fiscal year 2029, but we are saying by fiscal year 2029 we have mitigated a total of $8 million and really reshuffled. So what I keep saying is we have so many shells and we're just moving all these shells around to do what the college needs to do. Does that concept make sense? I'm getting looks. Does that make sense?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So we're all in this together. It's not a compound, so it's not 60, is it 16 and a half, or is it 8 million total, and we're just adding 2.5 there and then another 2.5 there? I just really want to clarify.
It's 8 million total.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions in regards to this slide?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I followed that correctly. 8 million is the reduction in 2029. So the cumulative savings would be 16.5, or the cumulative savings would be 8 million?
Cumulative savings is half. The important part of this structural, because we have to take it off the forecast as a total. So if in the first year, we are reducing the footprint by $3 million, that is a structural reduction. So that means that $3 million also is a reduction in the next 2 years. That follows the numbers. So in the year after that, we had already reduced $3 million in '27, so we're going to reduce another $2.5 million.
So for example, let's say we're going to spend 100 million in a year, and we did a 3%, we cut $3 million in the first year. And then the next year, that 3 million goes forward into the next year, and then we cut another 2 million. So in year 2, we would cut 5 million, 5.5 million from the 100 million, so 94.5.
We would cut another $2.5 million off the $3 million we cut the year before.
Right. And so the total annual savings in '29 would be 8 million or 2.5 million?
It would be another $2.5 million in 2029, but over 3 years, it would have cumulatively been $8 million. But it's $2.5 million in fiscal year 2029.
In annual savings or in cumulative savings?
In annual savings for 29. Cumulatively, it is $8 million. Annually for 29, it was 2.5.
I'm so confused.
Let's go back to Jesse, and I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak on this.
Yeah, sorry. I think it would be really super helpful if we could put those $2.5 million number also there, and then also the $2.5 million again there, just because, I mean, it may be the hour of the day, but I do think it would hopefully make it a little bit more clear what that number is, because I think you're getting, if we're using Zach's example, you start with 100 million, 8 million less, 92 million at the end of FY '29, but it's going to take a minute to get there, I think.
Yeah. Well, what I would ask is maybe you can pull up page 7 of the document. Because I understand, I knew this would be something to explain. I have to be able to show you how it follows through.
Did you say the page number again?
7, page 7.
Is of the 3-year plan or of the other document?
Yeah, it's end of 6, beginning of 7. I know, that's. So what essentially, I'm laying this out a little differently. If we look at 27 seems to make sense. You follow it down, we're cutting $3 million in fiscal year 2027. You go to 2028, and I laid it out a little differently in this year. I'm saying, okay, the projected surplus deficit, we cut $3 million from the year before. It's going to follow through in an ongoing reduction. We have strategic investments of $4.08 million. We're cutting another $2.5 million that year. And then you follow that down to the next year. It's another $2.5 million, but the savings from each year, because it's a structural reduction, will follow the other years. But that's the important caveat. When you make structural reductions, you can't make a one-time structural reduction or a runtime revenue influx that won't create that sustainability that you need.
I could tell I have a couple of Eugene City Council committee members, budget committee members here. So, Steve.
I guess I just need time to digest. I was, Zach's logic frankly was making sense to me, so I also am a little struggling to understand it a little bit. High level, I get, that we're trying to step this down on a recurring basis. Like what the total savings would be in the third year out is a little confusing to me. But at the same time, neither do I think it's an important point, of course, but it's not the most important point for the evening. So I can let it go for right now and kind of circle back with you. But
sure. So based on that foundation, just understanding what we're proposing in here is a reduction of $3 million in 27, another 2.5 in 28, and another 2.5 in fiscal year 29. Cumulatively, it's an $8 million. That's what this plan includes. And if you move up just a little bit to page 5, this is the area where I'm saying in the forecast, these are the items that we need to put some strategy behind in the future focus years and how to take care of what we're seeing as some of the structural deficits. That first line is vacancy savings, and that is directly correlated with our forecast. We're saying we're going to have 1%, but that's where the difference between a forecast and a budget is. And like Jonathan's saying, we had cut 1.7 million out of our budget for vacancy savings, and we're struggling to meet that vacancy savings because we only have a handful of general fund positions vacant. There's other funding sources, there's all of those, but they don't help with our general fund vacancy savings. We need to fully fund all of our positions so we're not back talking to you about riffing positions in a mid-year because we're not able to meet a budget. What does actually violate Oregon budget law is if we set a budget and then we knowingly violate that limitation in appropriation. We can't do that. We should be funding all of our positions, and we know that we won't have 30 or 40 positions vacant to continue not funding vacancy savings. That is an important piece of our sustainability, is to fund all of our positions fully. So having said that, with the roster today.
So back in the spring, though, when we went to the Budget Committee and talked about this, we anticipated that amount of savings. I think you need to talk about that. We've got 2 new board members who came on in July. Please talk about that, because there was that expectation.
No, you're absolutely right. So we went back to when we submitted our budget to the Budget Committee, and that was one of the differences you hear as struggling from the BDS Budget Development Subcommittee conversation, what the college submitted as a budget, was the difference between the forecast and what we should be budgeting. So we forecasted one thing that included vacancy savings, but we submit a budget that shows deficit spending, and it was $3.5 million. So we have a very astute budget committee. They're all finance people, and they're saying you can't have a deficit spending budget where you're not sustaining your ending fund balance because you need to get to 10%. So we go back to the drawing board, we look at it, all things indicate to the vacancy savings being 1.7 million. So that's why we submitted that. And then the other 1.7 million, which we've presented to you, was reduced in other ways. There were positions that were eliminated. There were things that were reduced. We decreased a manager's position. We did a variety of things. So I'm happy to go back through that. But that is what we presented, and that is the information we had at that time. We've now found that there is not the attrition that we normally see. And we expect that pattern to continue just because economics in the landscape is different. We may be proved wrong, but we can't plan on something that we're not seeing as reality.
Point of confusion. I don't know if that's a problem. No, but earlier in this presentation, we were talking about vacancy savings or vacancies and how that was pretty tight because we weren't seeing too many people leaving. Or my apologies. No, you didn't say vacancy savings. You said something else that was really tight at the very beginning of this.
Underutilization.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Which does not necessarily go into vacancy savings necessarily.
It's a separate bucket in the forecast because it's related to non-personnel.
Got it.
And also for the fact that we've reduced M&S budgets over and over and over again to try and get ahead of ourselves. But
got it.
Yeah, there's nothing there really to cut anymore.
Got it. 10-4. Zach.
So I think I've got 2 sets of questions. Which one to start with? So I'm not quite understanding this on some of these investments. So the first on vacancy savings, this additional million-ish per year, how is that different than what we're doing currently by adding this investment?
This is allowing us to submit a budget where we have fully funded all of our positions on the roster.
Okay.
Where right now we have $1.7 million of vacancy savings as a whole in our budget.
But we're not reaching that full 1.7 million.
We're not anticipating to reach that right now, but we'll continue to monitor that and bring it forward.
So by adding this in, we would be going from a 1.7 million assumption down to like a $700,000 assumption?
No. Because what's in the forecast already it assumes this much in vacancy savings. So if you relate to this page, there's a vacancy savings line that says, for fully funding our positions, there's $945,000 in vacancy savings in '27. I'm saying we still need to fund those.
Sorry, where is that?
It was added as a supplement.
It's a separate document
When
in
did
the
that come
packet.
in?
There was a document in
I'm
the.
sorry.
It's on the board
I might
packet.
have-
I'm happy to give you this copy.
Separate table.
My fault, I might have missed that particular document. Yeah, thank you for providing that. And then, if we go to the next one, the deficit eliminations. So my understanding is that we, as a board, made a decision to pay back the deficits at a rate of about $1 million per year. So would this be increasing that repayment to just under $2 million per year in the out years?
Correct. And that will pay off those deficits in full by that year. With the exception, we do have 4 areas we need to have some strategies around that will continue to require general fund commitment if we don't make a different plan. We have 4 areas that we need to have some strategy around and have conversation around, and that includes the Willamette Restorative Dental Clinic. That's about $1 million deficit. We have the Student Health Clinic, which is about $1.3 million deficit. We have a printing and graphics program that's a $200,000 deficit. And then we have an ongoing general fund talent grant program that is about $100,000 a year, but currently it's about $400,000 deficit. And some of these are part of cleaning up our fiscal sustainability, but also these are ongoing ones that without continued general fund commitment after 29, we won't be able to fully have those paid off. So this plan, what I'll say, just about, because we didn't get that far into it, this will pay off all of our sub-fund deficit eliminations, and we will be free and clear of debt to ourselves.
Okay. What is the thinking behind accelerating that and not doing it over the 4 years the board had previously decided to do?
This is already going to put it out 6 years. So the board had approved a 4-year plan to have it paid off. And I think there's a difference when initially this was reviewed. I think I wasn't here, but I think initially it was just reviewed in certain areas. We've gone through and looked at every line item we have in the college. So we have now refined, this is where we're at, these are the debts we need to pay. What will happen when we have all these deficits paid off, we'll have structural balance in all of our funds, and we won't have cash depletion in areas that are chronically negative.
And so within Fund 9, what is our annual deficit we're running within Fund 9 that we need to, add that much more every year? Like how much, if we, we're paying off $1 million a year, but what, so that's what we're putting in. What is the negative number going out that we're overspending within Fund 9 every year such that we're not making as fast a progress as we might have thought we were?
Yeah, and I can give you an example, and Jonathan's saying it's about $4 million, but if you look at the Fund 9 ending fund balance at the end of 24, I think it was about $2.8 million. At the end of 25, it was $180,000. It is slowly being depleted.
How many years was that? Sorry?
1 year. That is 1 year
went
different.
From,
yeah.
Say that one more time?
It went from almost $3 million to $180,000.
In Fund 9?
Yes, as a whole.
Okay. And do we have a solid grasp of how we're I'm sorry.
That's what these deficit payments are. That's what this particular line item will do. And the advantage of that is that by the end of fiscal year 29, the college would theoretically have, depending on what we decide to put back into these 4 programs, would have almost $2 million to reinvest in something else and stop paying the debt to itself.
Okay. And then I guess related to that, if we were also increasing our reserves by about $3 million a year, that at that point we would potentially have a $5 million increase each year, that after we get our reserves back and after we pay off these debts, that we could reinvest that $5 million somewhere else.
Yeah, that would be ideally, yes.
Okay. I have another,
let's go to-
that's what I was about to say,
Yeah,
is
let's
I
go
have
to
another
Steve,
round
and
of
yeah, we'll come
questioning, but
back.
I'll
Yeah,
pass it
yeah.
on.
And I wonder, if it relates to this section, if I can just run through this particular reinvestment section really quickly. And then certainly, would that be okay? And just to explain, the next, so we went through vacancy savings, deficit eliminations. You can see what our strategy is year to year. Funding the part-time budget. In our forecast, we do estimate about an $800,000 increase from year to year based on that 6%. What we're seeing based on historical averages is we are spending almost $2 million more every year in that part-time budget. And you hear a lot of people talking about we need to have more sections. And in order to have more sections, we need to keep funding that. That means we need to invest in that. And now I've estimated another $220,000. That would mean we only add about $1 million back into part-time sections. Maybe we should have more, but we can slowly continue to fund that higher and higher as we go, assuming we don't violate our 60-40 floor rule with full-time faculty. So we need to continue to work on that. The other section, which is what the chair had talked about, was new program development. One thing, and I'm not sure how Lane has budgeted in the past, so one of my comments to people is the way Lane has been budgeting needs to be looked at differently. We need to do things differently, so we're not being so reactive to where we're at. We have the funding to do that, and one of those is setting aside funds to do new program development, being more thoughtful about it. In the first year, because we have a pretty large gap to fill for vacancy savings, I'm saying we don't have anything to invest in there, but in the next year and the year after, we certainly could start funding that. That doesn't mean we can't add to that in the first year. That means in order to sustain what we're doing this year, we'll have to reduce somewhere $3 million to fund what we're doing right now. Pause that. I'm sure there's questions. The last particular section is one of our subfund deficits that we're working on, and one of the areas we do need to move to the general fund is our aviation program. And historically, all of the fees that are collected, whether it's differential and course fees, are put into Fund 9, and all of the aviation program is being paid for out of Fund 9. What that doesn't do is provide an opportunity for any credit funds or property taxes or any community college support fund to support the aviation program. It's just been structured this way. It is an instructional program. We need to move it to general fund where it belongs. It will cost $350,000. That is continuing each year to move that to Fund 1, but it is the appropriate way, and it will help correct that problem and should be addressed. I think there's one more section, a couple more. Again, we have a list of deferred maintenance that we've talked about, and we also have IT capital projects. Right now, we're funding $313,000 in deferred maintenance, which is a drop in the bucket, and IT projects are about $300,000. Not in the first year, but in the second and third year, we do need to continue to bring that investment up so we can continue to work on both of those areas and keep those up and sustainable. So funding the stabilization reserve, that is something that is in a board policy. I'm recommending we start funding $100,000 a year into that stabilization reserve. And what that would do is provide the leverage if there is a one-time thing we didn't expect, or we have a revenue that dips so low that we do have a reserve fund that we are able to pull from. I work a lot with all of our community college partners. They don't have deficits to themselves, and they do have reserve funds. We need to get to that point where we have that stability. So that is essentially those that equal the 1.5 million, the 4 million, and the 4.66, which they also compound on each other.
Steve?
Again, following up on what Zach was asking about on the second bullet, the deficit eliminations. So I'm just trying to make sure that I'm also clear. So you're, not asking for anything additional this year, but in next year and the year after, close to an additional $1 million. Zach picked up on it. Appreciate that. I think what I heard sort of super high level is that the last time we visited this and decided on $1 million per year investment to dig ourselves out of that hole over whatever it was, 4-year time frame, you're telling us actually there's more deficit than was originally reported, and $1 million a year would actually take us 6 years to dig ourselves out, or so therefore let's speed it up and increase the amount to just given the additional deficit that you found in the first place.
Yeah, increasing this plan in the second, third year will take us to paying it off in 6 years. If you want to kick that can down the road, you're going to take another 8 years, but it will affect you'll have another 2 years on top of that.
Can you, so if, this is a little bit semantics, but I think there's some, at least for me, there's a little bit of value. Like some of these things I look at as true-ups, and you're calling them all strategic, and I'm wondering if you can just, is there a difference there?
It includes both. I'm saying strategic because President Bolger kind of asked me a similar question. She's like, are these really strategic? Well, they're strategic for our finances. That's what I'm calling them. They're strategic for us to get to that funding stability. So some are strategic in the whole sense of new program development. That's definitely what you would call traditionally, but I'm calling strategic as being thoughtful about where we're spending our money.
So let's be strategic, let's eliminate these deficits. It's painful in the short term, but longer term, it frees up some money so that we can innovate, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. It is not a good or common practice to have deficits you owe to yourself.
Wait a minute, you have to say that again. Just for the record. Just say that again out loud, please.
Really? You want me to say it again? It's not a good or common practice to have debt to yourself.
Zach.
So to follow up on those points, and then I can go to my other line of questioning. These debts arose because our sub-funds within Fund 9 are spending more than they're bringing in. Not that we borrowed money from Fund 9 and put it into Fund 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There's some in other funds, but Fund 9 is majority of it.
Okay. And then within Fund 9, we have a bunch of sub-funds. Can we get a list of all of those and what the annual surplus or deficit is and the current balance of each of those sub-funds? So like in total, you said we went from, I think, 2 million to 100,000 in a year. So that means we've got like a $1.9 million deficit potentially within Fund 9.
Correct.
So is the debt growing to Fund 9 right now with the million we're spending now?
Yes.
It's actually increasing each year?
Yes, because not only did the total fund balance decrease, other areas still had surpluses. So they're covering the areas that are chronically overspending.
Okay, so yeah, that's some follow-up information I'd very much appreciate is for each of the sub-funds, the annual deficit and the current balance.
I'll add real quick, sorry, that we are working actively with the leaders of all of these areas to figure out plans for them. So you'll see if we can get this to you, each individual area is very unique and they require a different strategy. So just note that they're all their own individual little businesses within of themselves.
That makes sense. I appreciate that point. So I think the other thing I'm sort of struggling with is that we have a lot of the sort of the benefits that would come with this plan, but we're not actually seeing what the costs would be. X million dollars of mitigation year 1, X million year 2, X million year 3. Like we actually don't have any sense within this document where those what we're expecting to mitigate and what we're expecting to cut. So I would very much appreciate more nuance with regards to where we're expecting these cuts to come from.
And that is what we're in the process of doing right now. So one of the things there's been a lot of discussion about is what is the right number for us to bring forward. And what we're looking for is the board's approval of, yep, we agree, 3 million is a good number, reinvesting in this is a good number. And that's what we are working with the college campus community. And that other path is collecting those mitigation strategies. And we've agreed to bring them back both through Budget Development Subcommittee, College Council, and to the board by the end of March. But first, we need to know if the board is approving the 3-year plan we're bringing forward, and then we will bring that together. Because what we don't want to do is do the next 3 months of work of bringing a $3 million plan forward and spend all the time doing that and have the board disapprove that.
This is where the board is able to set a strategic direction for the institution. This is critically important work for the board.
To finish, I feel so just to make a statement, I guess, I feel very uncomfortable not knowing the costs and benefits and the trade-offs of what we're being asked to do. It's very laudable to try and restore our ending fund balance, to try and have these surpluses that we could then rededicate to other funding needs like deferred maintenance, which is something I've talked about a lot over the last few years. But without knowing, really having a sense at all of what we're asking for in terms of cuts, it puts us in a very difficult place. You know, I like the bright ideas, but we're being asked to approve very large reductions in theory, and anyways, it gives me cause for concern.
We got Steve and then Julie.
2 points. Once again, following things that Zach's line of thinking. So for a little bit of an aside, but I think what I'm hearing a lot about Fund 9 is that honestly, we haven't had adequate controls over those financial controls over the spending in those programs for many years. And I heard you say you're working with those program managers to fix that, to improve that. So I appreciate that. I think there's, as a board member, I trust that you all are doing that work, and I guess I want to see that result. I want to have confidence going forward that we have better control over what's happening in those programs, so that we don't end up in this problem again. And I get that that takes time to reverse, but there's a reason why those funds are so overly spent. And to some extent, it's on the administration, right, to look into that as you're doing and to write that, but also to share that back with the board so that we can have confidence that these investments that you're asking us for, will zero that out and we can kind of move forward. So that's one thing. Another thing, as kind of following up on the second point Zach was making, I agree. You're asking for significant. You're asking us to give you a strategic direction, which would empower you to start a process to, make some decisions on cuts. And, so I think we all need to be aware that if we do that, that you're going to bring back to us, a recommendation for some right sizing, I'll call it, cuts is another term. That is what right. We should be fully aware of that. And I think we should also be aware of what we've heard. I think it's something like 4 different experts on this exact issue tell us, which is our job as a board is to look at and make decisions on ends, and then in partnership with you to help us figure out what are the means to get us there. And I expect that you're going to come back and explain to us, here's that path. That's that partnership that we've been told about multiple times this past year. It's an uncomfortable place to be, and I think Zach's making a good point. We're basically authorizing you to go figure out how to do a bunch of right sizing that we have been talking about for many years, and that all this documentation points to the need for. So I'm going to support this, and at the same time, not sleep well tonight because I get where this leads, but I think you're making a very good case that this is where we need to go.
All right, we got Julie and then Zach. Julie, go ahead.
No, I'll wait.
Jesse's before me.
Jesse, okay, gotcha. Jesse, go ahead.
I appreciate the line of questioning and clarification from over there. It's tough. This is a lot of things to be doing. I mean, what we're doing basically, or being asked, I guess, is to make a decision now that we are going to have to kind of move forward with again in March. Like there's not much change between now and then is kind of how I'm feeling. It's like right now we got to come up with this plan, and it's going to be what's going to be brought forward to us in March, and we're going to have to vote yes on it, or else we're expletive. Like that's kind of where we're at. And so strike me down, everyone. I would love to have another work session on this where we just keep going. Like I feel bad asking for another meeting, but we got this on Monday. It's Wednesday night. It's 10:30 p.m. I appreciate all the work that you all have put in here. I think this is great. I have a lot of more clarifying questions, and I've got 1 minute and 53 seconds on that clock still. Yeah. So it's not that I don't disagree with this. I don't know if you know there's a clock right in front of you. Yes. So that's just not to filibuster, but not that I don't trust you all, obviously this is your job and you know what you're doing. But I think there's more clarification that I have before I feel comfortable saying, here's how we're going to cut all this money and have to put it forward in March.
Just really quick, any objection to adding 5 more minutes to the clock? All right, no objection. Go ahead.
What I just wanted to add a comment to that, and I appreciate where the board is at with it. This is, again, been 20 years of budgeting. I understand what you're saying, and I understand the concerns with that. What we're doing is twofold. One, we're complying with the board policy and asking for the 3-year plan approval. And let me also qualify that the Moody's negative outlook rating was approved based on the pretense that the board would approve this 3-year plan and that we're continuing to do this work. So I understand it requires a lot of trust and a lot of working through that relationship. And what we're committing to do is going back and doing the work for this, because what will be challenging is to go through and ask all the staff behind me and all the staff in the college to engage in this work. And when especially there's a discourse of, do we actually need to cut $3 million? Because that's what we keep hearing. So what we're looking for is the support from the board to say, yeah, it really is $3 million. So we can break even. We're not even asking to make up any money next year. We're asking to break even, which our budget committee has told us we will not approve a deficit spending budget. So we either get to do this now or we get to do it in May when we go to a budget committee. So we're looking for that support to go do the work that we do.
I'm glad that the matter of trust came up this evening, because this is a trust matter. I think that as we are transparent, and I have always pledged to be transparent, that's why I hired these 2 people, and they're really, really great, really incredibly competent. And so we will be transparent. The other thing that came up this evening is that the college needs to be included in all of these decisions. And that's what I want you to talk a little bit about the process after board members have had a chance to speak and ask their questions. But we will be bringing to the board in March, we will be bringing to the board a transparent list with no decisions made. We're just bringing you a list is what we're going to be bringing you, so that you'll be able to see the options for reductions, and you can make a decision at that time. But the pre-planning is happening right now for the FY27 budget, and so we must do that. We've got to do that. We can't get to March and April and not have that pre-planning done. That's where the institution has a chance to be involved, and that's what we're doing right now. So I want them to talk about that process a little bit after questions.
So we have Zach, Jerry, and Kevin.
I'll wait until after,
Okay.
if there's going to be a response to the point that was just made.
Okay, gotcha. Really quick, I want to give President Hampton a chance. Go ahead.
Thank you. In your evaluations, is there any added debt or, any added debt to students when considering these budget cuts?
Short of what's already included in the forecast, which is tuition rate increases, no, there's no intention to have any of this be student debt, nor would we want to drive up any student fees in any of these areas, particularly, areas like aviation and things like that, which doesn't mean it wouldn't have a normal increase.
Thank you. And then I guess I have kind of a follow-up question. You mentioned talent grants earlier and going into that deficit. When balancing the talent grant deficit, would that eliminate giving out talent grants moving forward from then?
That was one of the 4 areas that I've said we would need to continue to put general fund in there. I certainly wouldn't recommend to the board that we just stop funding those general fund talent grants. They're about $80,000 to $100,000 a year. So it seems like a sustainable thing to continue, but that certainly could be a conversation. But there isn't a plan at this point. That's just one of the ones that if we want to sustain that, we just need to keep funding it, which seems like a reasonable effort once that's paid off, and we're continuing it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I have Jerry and Kevin.
I'm sorry, I was deferring so Kara could answer the president's prompt.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, then we'll go Zach, Jerry, Kevin.
So I'm sorry, did you have a response to the president's statement?
So over the last month, we kicked off a really intensive kind of, I don't know what they'll call it, it's late at night, they'll call them meet and greet sessions. We call them listening sessions, where we went to as many sessions, as many departments, as many groups as we could on campus, and I don't remember the actual number. It was like 35 different listening sessions where we talked about the vision. We had a survey. I think we had about 150 people submit thoughts into the survey, and we're compiling that data now. On top of that, we had many more department meetings and folks invited us to come back and to ask us very candid questions. We got to sit in the hot seat quite a bit over the month of October. We met with BDS. Typically, we only meet a handful of times, and I suggested this is a pretty important topic, so we added, thanks to the chairs, I think maybe 3 more meetings for BDS. We have 1 more coming up next week. And then I'll kind of give kudos to my team. They met with, I think they had over 30 or 40 meetings with our budget partners to do trainings on how to enter their budgets, answering questions, and they got into the hot seat a couple of times. So yeah, with the process, we definitely did our best to go out and meet, and we have another series of these coming out in December and January where we'll do more of that.
And what I'll say about mitigation strategies specifically, which I think is partly what you're interested in, our next plan is to put out another survey, engage the campus-wide community, pull together that information, and start working with BDS and College Council to refine what those strategies would look like, work with the president, and then after it goes through that process, bring it to the board. It's a lofty goal to get it to the board by the end of March, but we are doing all the internal work both through BDS and College Council with the president.
Without objection, if we can add 5 minutes, because I want Jerry and Kevin to be able to speak. They haven't had a chance to speak. Any objection? All right, add 5 minutes more to the clock.
They have not spoken, then.
Yes, excellent. So let's go with Jerry.
I'll wait for Kevin.
Okay, Kevin?
Just very quickly, yeah, it's 10 to 10, and this is a complex conversation to have at any hour of the day, but it makes it more difficult at this late hour. How I'm thinking about this is that the board approved the budget on June 4th, and per board policy, we've asked the president to bring us a 3-year mitigation plan to bring the ending fund balance back to 10%. And that's what we're looking at here. So this is exactly what we asked for. And I am comfortable with the high-level policy type of view that is being presented here. I would be uncomfortable with looking at line item individual programs at this point. That's how I'm thinking about it.
Heard. Jerry?
Yeah, let me add a little wrinkle to it. What would be the harm in convening the Budget Committee? I think this is a tremendous document, great work. If I were a lay member of the Budget Committee, I'd love to know this stuff. I'd like to know where we're going, what kind of forecasting we have. And I'd like to recommend that we defer an action on this into January and assemble the Budget Committee along with the board and make it a however many hours it takes in the daylight, hopefully. And I would also point out that a process like that is, we heard the term shared governance tonight. All the stakeholders would get a chance to hear, speak to it, challenge the assumptions. I wouldn't even mind hearing a challenge to the 10% requirement. If there are some trade-offs that could be avoided. But anyway, that's where I'm at. I'm not comfortable moving on it tonight, even though I want to say again, great work. Thank you.
The question was there any harm?
What I would respond is that that's not the Budget Committee's role. The Budget Committee's role isn't to create our budget. Their role is to see if we've produced a fair, balanced, and reasonable budget. And I know we've had discussions with that budget committee members, and I don't think they would be comfortable making decisions about our program level data, and that is the role of the president, is to come up with what is the proposed budget. And that is part of the internal shared governance in the college. It's not brought into, I've never seen it in my 20 years brought into a budget committee level at that level. I do see where the budget development subcommittee and college council engagement would be what you're talking about, but I don't see it with a budget committee, an external budget committee.
Thank you very much. The idea about a public hearing is the most important part of my notion. And to bring this back for a public hearing and a work session by the board again, if the budget committee is not appropriate, so be it. But the board, I think, needs to have a little more discussion about this, or at least I would be comfortable with.
Zach, did you have anything?
Yeah, I think Jesse and Jerry already sort of spoke to what I'm going to speak to, which is I think this is, along with the budget, one of the most important decisions that the board is going to be making this year is approving this document. I believe it's a very important document. It is a complicated and complex document that includes both strategic investment decisions as well as approving a large amount of potential reductions. Given its importance, given that the final document came out about 48 hours ago, I guess I had something I was thinking about before tonight's board meeting that came up in public comment as well to my fellow board members. It's not just about what decisions that we make, it's also about how we do them. And giving not only the board, but also the public a chance to understand this document fully, what its implications are, and really process what approving this document really means for the organization and for the board. I believe that having a little bit more time than the 48 hours since the document came out is appropriate. And as such, I would appreciate being able to vote on this at a future meeting, ideally in January, because I simply think that with a document this important and this complex, giving the public and the board more than 48 hours to read and process that information is important. It'll give us time to ask follow-up questions and receive additional information. I have a number that I'd like to follow up on. And so I would greatly appreciate being able to vote on this at the next earliest convenience of the board. Thank you.
All right, so we are out of time we've extended it twice now. I am going to ask for the board to consider an action. Jerry, Steve? Oh, Steve, sorry. Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, just quick clarification that may be useful. I also, based on things you've said, I think of this as a so-called living document, right? There would, if we voted on it tonight in support of essentially the recommendation that you're making, that would allow you to start moving forward on a bunch of actions to help us meet the goal that we had already set, 6-8 months ago for this upcoming year. And then you're not going to take immediate, or certainly not irrevocable actions for the out years. You'll start planning for them, but they won't be irrevocable. And then, because this isn't a budget at the end of the day, like you said, this is a plan, and you're asking us to say, this is the plan, the best numbers, et cetera, that we have today, and we'll constantly refine, and that'll be a communication, a discussion back and forth with the board, and those out-year numbers may change depending on all kinds of information that you told us is forthcoming. So it's just a good reminder for us, I think, that it's not a budget, it's a plan. You said that, right? It's and it only really will lock in things that we had already committed to for this fiscal year.
Yeah. Go ahead and answer, and then I have a thing to.
Yes, and what I'd also counter with a little bit is even an approval with the contingency that we bring forward end of March, early April, the $3 million plan for approval would help us move forward as a college, because we have very limited time to get all this work done. And the more we push it out, the less strategic that those decisions will be.
See, what's really important is the strategic direction that the board will be giving us this evening. That's what we're really asking for. And so investing in deferred maintenance, and the other strategic investments, the sub-fund deficits, and reconciling that. And so that's the direction that we're looking for from the board.
So as board chair, I'm going to call on the board to take action. We can have discussion if an action is taken to continue this conversation, but I do need an action. Jerry.
I move that we set a public hearing on this document in January 2026.
Is there a second to that motion?
Clarification, I don't think a public hearing is the appropriate.
Public hearing and action.
I would simply ask that we defer action until the January meeting.
Well, this motion needs a second or not.
All right, there's no second. Zach?
I move that the board schedule the general fund balance 3-year mitigation plan for an action item at the January Board of Directors meeting.
All right. I just want to ask a clarifying question. Is that technically a table or parliamentarian? To table, yeah.
Technically postponing it.
Yeah, postponing it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Is there a second to that motion?
I'm going to second it because I want to have discussion on it, and maybe we start brewing some coffee, but I'm going to second it because I want to ask some questions still.
All right. You kind of mentioned the reasons why, but did you want to speak more to that motion?
I think this is a really, really important document.
Yeah.
I think we've had it for 48 hours. I still have questions to truly feel 100% comfortable with it. I don't think the public has had time to process it at all. And I think that it makes sense for us to take a little bit more time and when we come back, be able to approve it with hopefully the full support of the entire board.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, really quickly. And I don't want my vote on this to be seen as I don't approve of this. I believe that we clearly have to have a plan. That's 100% obvious. I think my question here is, oh no, my thought fully just left my head. If it is placed, I don't want to say what I was just about to say. If it is deferred, does that still allow you to continue working on this?
What I would ask the board is to say, we would like you to keep working on it. We would like you to work on this, and we'll talk about it in January, but we need that commitment from the board.
Okay, so thank you for that, Kara. I think that is where I'm at personally, is I would like to not stop you both from working on this and continue working on this because the work needs to be done. But again, I am just personally uncomfortable. It's not 10:30, but almost taking a vote on this at this hour. I have more questions that I would love to be able to ask, and I don't think now is really the appropriate time.
Yeah, we want to give you the opportunity to ask those questions and to go into more detail. I think I reached out to everybody today. I know it was last minute to answer any questions you might have. It would be helpful to know from the board if in spirit the buckets basically in the strategic investments area are conceptually the right buckets for the board, because that would be very, very helpful as well.
An area that's missing for me is more of the alternative revenues, and as best estimates and amounts, that's kind of like a thing that's been missing in this conversation for me. And if this is to pass and to move to January, I would love to hear more about that. So that's just my personal request. Any further discussion? Kevin, then Julie.
I move to amend the main motion.
All right, you go ahead, make your amendment.
Add the words and have staff continue to work on this plan as presented tonight.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Jesse, are you willing to accept that as a friendly?
Yeah, we'll do it as a friendly for sure.
Yeah, we can accept that as a friendly.
Okay.
Well, parliamentarian.
Yeah. Yeah.
The motion is now amended.
Yeah, there was no objection to that, so yeah. Julie, or actually, so we're now speaking to the, well, no, it's not an amendment. I apologize. We're now speaking to the motion that has, We're now speaking to a motion. Yes, go ahead, Julie.
Expanded motion language.
Exactly, yep, the expanded motion
Did I
language,
fix it for
exactly,
you?
yep.
All right. So I see where the vote's going, and so I just want to put myself on record. And so whoever's taking notice, I want to have my comments as a no be put on record. One, we have a board policy that says we need a 3-year plan for a 10% reduction of our general fund. We are, you guys, sorry, we decided as a board to somehow forget that we had actually approved a plan earlier during the budgeting process, and it got redone. It's now, what is this, November, December? It's December. We approved this back in June or July. Now we want to push it off to January. This team has been working. We're now in a problematic situation. The accreditation, the Moody's rating, everything was based on decisions we made back then so that the team and this college could plan for its future. We are now putting that in jeopardy. And I stand here, I just want to go on record as being vehemently opposed that we are not thinking about the college's sustainability, about its reputation, and about what we do as a board. We have a couple of policies we literally are violating, and I will not go on record approving, condoning, or even in any way, shape, or form being perceived that I agree of violating the board policies with regards to our financial situation. I find it very disingenuous that we play around with theoretical things. This is a plan. It's not a budget. It's not specific cuts. It's a plan knowing that we have, oh my God, I've been on the board for a year and a half, and these financial numbers have been presented to us over and over and over and over and over again. And yet we still sit here and act as if this is brand new and I only have 48 hours. So I just want to say I'm just extremely concerned about the future of this institution if the majority will continue to keep kicking things down the road because it serves a particular narrative. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Steve?
Largely, really in the supporting things that Julie just said. I agree. If the best we can do is show support for staff, that we support the direction you're going in, and we'll revisit this in January. Unlike Julie, I will vote in support of it. But I also wanted to be clear that all they're asking for at this point, really, is they're not asking for a budget. They're not asking for us to sign off on what we're going to spend in 2028 and 2029. They're asking for us to support, really, the direction that they, in their expertise, believe we need to go. And they have given us a convincing argument, not just in the last 48 hours. There's some update in the last 48 hours, but this continues information that we've been receiving for much, much longer than that. If we can't support this thing as is right now, we are undermining their confidence in us. It's not only, it's a two-way street, right? It's not only our confidence in them. We talk about that a lot. They're also evaluating us. Are they going to, is the board going to be here when we present them with a very difficult looking document in March? They're thinking about that actively, and they're looking at the 7 of us wondering, what signals should they take away from this? The strongest signal we can send right now is to support the direction that they're asking us to allow them to go. There are all kinds of off-ramps as we go, should their new information come forward and determine that, you know, whatever, there's going to be more money from the state or any number of things that change the assumptions. They have been very transparent with that, and that's their intent, right? There's things in this document that show an enormous amount of integrity, the aviation program in particular. Nobody's ever complained about that once, and yet you moved it from Fund 9 to Fund 1 because it's the right thing to do, even though it sticks us with an extra $350,000, right? There's an enormous amount of integrity in this group, and they need our confidence right now.
Any further discussions?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jess.
With all due respect, Steve, not calling into in question my confidence in them. I have full confidence in them. I have been on this board since July. I want to make sure that I can answer to folks who ask me about this budget, that I feel confident in it. And I want to be able to ask more questions to get there. And I believe this document is thorough and it is accurate, and I want to ask more questions about it. And please do not take it as me calling into question your integrity and your work ethic or any of that. That is wholly not what this is. If others want to say that that's what it is, so be it. That's how politics works. But that's not what I'm trying to do here. So please genuinely take that from me. And with that, I'd like to call the question.
All right. So question has been called. Yeah, exactly. We need 2/3 majority vote for this. Well, my apologies. Yeah. So was there a second to the call to question?
I'll second.
All right. Has it been seconded? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, it's to the call to the question. I saw Steve. It's to the call to question. All those in favor to the call to question signify by saying.
Just do a roll call.
Oh, roll call vote?
Point of information, sorry.
yeah, totally.
Sorry. So,
Yeah, totally.
I believe we have a motion that has a friendly amendment. Isn't that what we should be voting on?
Oh, it was a call to question, meaning end debate. Yeah. So, yeah. Call to question requires 2/3 vote. All those in, roll call vote, please.
Kevin Alltucker,
Yes.
Austin Fullnagy.
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
Julie Weisman,
Sure.
Zach Mulholland.
Nay.
All right.
I didn't get called.
Oh, sorry, Steve Mattal.
I'll also support that.
All right. That passes. Now we're voting on the motion. Although, let's do a roll call vote on that, to the motion.
And just for clarification, the motion is to postpone, but it can allow the Kara and Jonathan and the budget staff to continue, or the finance staff to continue working on this.
Correct.
This
Everyone
will be
understood?
brought back in January
It will be
as
brought
an
back in
action
January.
item.
Yep, as an action item, correct. All right. Everyone clear on the motion? All right. All those in favor, sorry, roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
No.
Austin Fullnagy,
Yes.
Steve Mattal,
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
Julie Weisman.
No.
All right. The motion passes. We are now moving on to discussion items. The first one is the bond update. President Bullock, sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, quick interruption. I'm wondering if there's consensus. We have a guest tonight, and currently the guest is third on the list.
Yeah, for public comment reflections. Would anyone object to moving that,
Good call.
moving that ahead?
Good.
Not seeing objection? All right. Oh, Zach, go ahead.
I apologize to my fellow board members. I have a hard stop at 10 o'clock. I should have left already.
Okay.
I apologize. I will be watching all of this online later tonight or tomorrow. I appreciate you all, and I apologize that I have to leave.
Understood. Thank you for your time today. All right, we are now moving item C to the top. President Bolton.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Nancy Hungerford, and Nancy, if you could come to the table. Nancy attended the November 5th meeting. Nancy and I talked, and she's got some reflections about public comment. And Nancy, I wonder if you can introduce yourself too.
Yes. We should.
Thank you.
Done? Okay. Nancy Hungerford, Hungerford Law Firm. This is my 50th year in working with school districts and community college districts on a variety of issues, collective bargaining being one, budgeting being another as part of a school district when I started out. And I have bargained probably 600 contracts over those years. I continue to deal with community colleges all over the state. I've had extensive work for Treasure Valley, for Blue Mountain, for Chemeketa in the past. My son does that now. He's in the firm. And many years with Lane in terms of collective bargaining and some of the relevant implementation of that contract after it's bargained. and some of the smaller colleges too. So that's kind of the background. I do a lot of work for school districts as well. So I was asked to comment about public comments. I'm going to make just 2 short comments. One, I think you have to do something to reduce the amount of time you spend in your meetings on hearing the comments that you got tonight, and I listened to them, and I was here for the entire time the last time. And they're an important part of your keeping connectivity with your multiple publics. But if you do that and then you sacrifice the kind of time that you need to discuss these issues like this, I think that that's not doing a service to the constituents that you represent. So another example of that was last time we had a very important information session on accreditation. And it was about the same hour, maybe a little later. Finished up, you were here till 11 o'clock. I felt that there were probably other questions that could have been asked and answered in that one. That's a really important function, as the accreditation expert explained to you. But there are a couple of ways that you can reduce the amount of time that you do invest in hearing from other folks. We circulated a survey with other community colleges about how they control that. And I know the staff has done some of that work, that same work too. And what we're finding is that, essentially it isn't the amount of individual time. 2 minutes, 3 minutes is kind of a pretty standard thing. But many of the colleges have a 30-minute public comment period at the beginning. And they limit it to that. Now, they have provisions for exceptions, and I know that you're feeling you're in a period of time when you have a labor issue, crisis and so forth, that you really need to hear from those folks. But there are a lot of other ways to have people, they all came in, as I've been noticing, with written comments. And I know that you're diligent about doing work between board meetings. It seems to me that if you had the opportunity for people to submit those written comments, you read them before you come in, put a deadline for them, you can then say, we have heard those. Now, it doesn't give you the opportunity to see the emotion behind it, but I would say to you that you probably get more substance out of written comments from people than you do in hearing them here, because they are repetitive, really, in terms of many. Yes, there are some people talking about this program or this program and this program, but the amount of time, and maybe this is just an exception, because you are in a period where you're engaged in collective bargaining. But, for 2 meetings here in a row, I think that you had other business that could have been better used, the time. So look for ways that we can consolidate. One other thought I had was that, I know that a lot of the issues are so integrated with collective bargaining. You have a collective bargaining representative or representatives for different groups. And maybe they need to be the ones consolidating some of these comments and some of the worries and concerns of their members, and make a shorter presentation, but one that is representative of the whole group. And that's not to say that you address bargaining issues here. You have some very complex bargaining issues that I think are the job of certain people who, either in your organization or in their organizations, that they have expertise, that they can develop expertise too. And so that's another source of where you get some input. But I'm not sure how much input you're getting in terms of your use of time in a public setting here by having 2.5 hours on these 2 occasions, essentially, of comments. And, like I said, I've sat through most of tonight. I sat through all of the previous night. It does amount to you saying, okay, it's not that you don't count. It's that there are other ways that we want to hear from you, that we can get your information funneled to us. And I think that using the unions to funnel that to you, then their spokespersons, and having them come to you in the public comment period and saying, here's what we're hearing from our members. Here's what they're worried about. And consolidating that as opposed to having, these life stories are very important. And I would tell you, I'm a member of the Clackamas Community College Foundation Board, and I have been for 13 years. I know that my late husband was a member of the Clackamas Community College Foundation and also a member of the board in his last 5 years. It is a very difficult job, and it's a difficult job in a community, no matter how big that community is, and yours is a lot bigger than Oregon City. But, it's a stressful job. It's one that you wanted to do very well. You wouldn't be sitting here if you did. But I think you need to look at your use of time. I'm not sure how many of you, I know you have some other interest and investments in this community. Can you sacrifice your time to have a second board meeting each month? Because that's really what it would amount to. We sort of had 2 board meetings each of these times. Regular board meetings, probably about a 3-hour board meeting. And we're really adding to that. So there's also a question of how much glazing over the eyes just happens when you hear, personal story after personal story. And they are all true and they are all heartfelt. But is there some way that you can use some aspect of your collective bargaining system and the personnel that work there to bring that information to you? This may not be an issue, forever, because I know that some colleges go through these periods of time when there is bargaining going on, and then there's a lot of comment, and then they don't have comment all the rest of the time. One college told us they hadn't had a single person appear for public comments for 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we don't want to discourage people, but we want to find a way to funnel their information so that you are having a better use of your time in terms of the other things you have to do.
Yeah.
So that's my message.
Excellent. I'll go then Kevin. But yeah, no, and I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, because last year I was president of Oregon Community College Association, and there's certain colleges that never have people participate.
Yeah.
We're a community college that not only have significant public participation, but we also have students speak first, and that is absolutely critical to hear that.
Yeah.
None of the colleges are doing that. And that is so important to, I think, the mission, purpose, and values of this institution. I will say that, believe me, when we, as a board, voted to not have work sessions this month and last month, I feel that does take away from board work, meaning the work that we could be doing without a public comment that's within that time period and so forth. So with that, I would love to, I look forward to having work sessions again, because I do see the value in how that brings work, and we do the work and we have the time to do the work, while also hearing from the public, hearing from the people. And I think that you make an excellent point too, which is, yes, the playground has to have rules. But if we have too many rules, then nobody wants to play on the playground. So I appreciate all the points that you've made. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hungerford, for being here at this late hour and offering some perspectives.
It's an interesting process, and I wouldn't be maybe able to make these remarks with some confidence if I hadn't sat here these.
Hey, and I've noticed you in the audience, and I appreciate it. So thank you. In your experience, can you tell the board how other institutions handle what I'll call serial reading of a long written document?
So a long written document that is going to be voted upon, is that what you're talking about?
No, in public testimony,
okay.
we've experienced many occasions where readers will read a portion of a long written document, then the next speaker will pick up where they left off. And that, on November 5th, that went on for 45 minutes.
Right, yeah. Well, there are some community colleges that actually have a specific rule that says that you cannot split a long written document into parts and have different parts addresses. So I think that you're better off by trying to encourage consolidation and have, even if it means that some people are going to get more than their 3 minutes because they're going to be digesting what they get from their constituencies. Now, students are a little different problem because, yes, they have a student government and so forth, and that should be, those people who are elected should be out gathering that information and bringing it to you. That's an important function, I think, for them. The same with your unions. I mean, they are elected, their officers are elected. They have an appointed budget committee or budget bargaining committee, but their officers are elected. And so I think that you can depend that they would have an interest in saying, we will create a process to gather this kind of input so that we can present it to the board in a consolidated fashion.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you again for being here. I'll echo Kevin. Curious on these community colleges, their processes for deciding what happens in the 30 minutes. Is it first come, first serve? What have you seen historically?
Well, we have a number of community colleges that are quite small, so they tend not to have a problem with this. So you'd be looking at some of the larger ones, and that's where I noted that there were some attempts to do some consolidation. Generally, though, it was pretty firm on their part, and some of them are very firm about, we'll set aside a half an hour for this. And I don't know if you have repeat individuals who come, time after time. And so that would be what another place is to say, we hear from people, but the people who have been here before recently are going to go to the bottom of the list. If we have time, we do, we don't. So, it's about giving more people a chance to speak, but without lengthening, and hearing repetitive discussion.
Thank you.
All right. We have 1:40 left in this conversation. Any other comments or questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Again, my commendations to you for taking on the position.
Absolutely.
You do good work.
Oh, sorry. Yes, yeah. President Hampton.
Actually, sorry, yes, I realize most of the time I am a bit late to things, but I'd just like to thank you for coming in. As the student body representative, I've noticed that public comment takes up so much time, and I recently wrote a letter to the board sort of addressing this, that so much time is being taken up by public comment that we aren't actually able to do our elected positions as effectively, so I just thank you for coming in and giving us some suggestions.
Well, that might be something you could carry back to student government, too. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the item A in the discussion, which is the bond update. President Bulger?
Yes, Jennifer, are you still here? Yes. Jennifer can give us an update on the bond.
I'll be very brief, and Brett is pulling up my one document, but we started discussing this earlier. I just wanted to give you an update on where we're at with the bond. The last update was a year ago, and I thought with the increase to the Building 15 architectural and engineering project budget, you might have some questions, as you did, which is good. Why don't you scoot over to the middle there? And so this is the same document pretty much that you saw a year ago. It's the exact same projects in the same order. And the only differences are, in some cases, there's a budget that was shown in 2024 is the column that Brett's cursor is in right now. And then the column to the left of that is the current budget. And so that just shows how some projects shifted, if they did shift. If they didn't shift, then there's nothing listed in the budget shown in, it's only shown if it's different. So some of the budgets decreased, like we talked about before, because we just found savings on the projects. They came in under budget. Some of the projects increased a little bit, and we're able to fund those small increases with the decreases that we had in other places. And then the main one that I wrote about in my narrative here is the public safety relocation project. We are increasing that quite a bit. Tom talked about some of the reasons. The reasons are discussed here. I won't try to read all of the information because it's so late, but just in a nutshell, that's being funded with interest in investments that we hadn't realized a year ago when we gave the last report. So we have about, I think it's $6 or $7 million more than we had in interest in investment realization than we were reporting last October. And I'll leave it there.
Any questions? Steve?
Just one quick question. So I don't remember that there's a feeder out there, feeder 8, I kind of forget. Is that the number? Feeder something or other, I don't remember which one, that we were told about way back when, was at risk for failure, blah, blah, blah. And it was on some prioritized list, and it seems to have, excuse me, I need some water. I don't think I'm going to get it. And I think it's fallen off list, and I just wonder where that is in terms of priorities.
Yeah, that actually wasn't on the list last October. We did talk about it. You asked for it to be added to the list. I said that.
Thank you.
I thought that we could. It's not added now. So thank you for asking about that. It may still be that we can add it, but because of all of the important deferred maintenance items and safety items that we feel we really need to take care of with this public safety move, if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. We're proposing prioritizing that and then hopefully also being able to do the feeder wire. But the other part of that is, it kind of speaks to the reason why we do need to increase the deferred maintenance budget, like Kara proposed in her presentation, slowly over time, so that we can start to fund those kinds of things out of our normal operating budget.
Yeah. So I guess if you're telling me that the priorities are as they should be, yeah, this thing needs to be dealt with, but the other things needed to be dealt with sooner, I think is roughly what I'm hearing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I guess that's where we're at.
Excellent. Any further discussion or questions? Thank you so much. Immensely appreciate this. Next is in regards to safety review. President Bulger.
Yes, I'm wondering if Chief Rupp is close
Yep.
by. And there she is. Okay.
Saw her waiting.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay, well, I'm here to talk about the safety of board meeting locations. I know that you all have the document, so I won't read it verbatim, but basically, when we have any type of event on campus, whether it be a board meeting, whether it's commencement, whether it's Wyden, Merkley, the governor, we perform a safety assessment about topics, where the world sits politically, any known threats that could, potentially happen, any unknown threats, any possibilities of those. And so I've increasingly wanted the board meetings to be in the board location, right? Because this location is specifically for board meetings. It's what it was built for. And last board meeting, I was concerned for the safety of the audience, the safety of the board members, the president, the public, just because of the tone. And I was also afraid for the officers. We don't have an ideal space to have large board meetings. And with our officer size, we don't have a lot of officers. Forgive me if I'm not speaking eloquently, it is way past my bedtime. But my point is that there are a lot of things that I take into consideration when doing a safety assessment. That's the topic. It's the location, crowd size, officer to crowd size ratios. Is it a high-risk event, low-risk event, medium risk? So I take all of those things into consideration. I'm also a member of the threat assessment team, and we look at a threat assessment and safety rubric. And I was really concerned last time, and so I really didn't give the president a choice. So here we are in the boardroom with an overflow room. It's easier for us to control. And there's one entrance, there's two exits, which is also ideal. The crowd size is smaller. It's easy to control egress and, entry, exit points. Yeah. So with that said, I did an evaluation of Building 3, Building 19, along with a law enforcement colleague. We walked both sites. We looked at pros and cons of each space. And we were in agreement that Building 3 is the best location for board meetings. I understand that, we want things to be accessible for the people that come here. But safety is of most importance to me. And it is clear with the way things have been going that this is the best location for any board meetings, and I will insist for the safety of the participants, for the board and the public, that they remain here.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Kevin, then I have one.
Yeah, comment. Thank you for your report tonight. Thank you for the letter. It was very clearly written and gave me confidence of, of your approach, your perspectives. And just, I want to offer an observation as a board member sitting here, in front of this crowd tonight. It was definitely different. It was a different tone tonight, much more reserved. I didn't feel like my safety or anyone else's safety sitting up here was threatened. I did feel that on November 5th, for sure. So thank you. And I think this is a positive result, positive direction.
Absolutely. First off, thank you. I always try to make a note to shake the officers' hands before every board meeting because, first off, to thank them for their amazing work that they do every day, but also to have that point of contact if I need to reach out to them and to call to them for help and assistance. Two questions. So this is an exit that we can use as a board if we were to leave. Okay, perfect.
Correct.
In that Building 19, I saw that one of the things I did was I arrived early because I knew there was going to be a big crowd, and I saw that there was two potential exits if the board ever needed to leave. That leads into a hallway, leads into a place. And I was wondering, so where did that lie in the safety assessment of that building and of the dynamics?
The exits were amazing. That's not always the issue.
Okay.
We did have an issue at the November board meeting in which an employee was able to gain entry into the back, and that's a security risk. And
Got
so
it.
if an employee could get in, it's possible that other people could get in too.
Got it. Understood.
Yeah.
I have a few more questions, but want to make sure anyone else. President Hampton and then Jerry. President Hampton.
I'm not sure if this is the right space to ask this question, but I'm sure it's perhaps crossed some people's minds. What is your direction around weapons? I understand that we are a weapons-free campus. However, there's no checks to people who come in, and I don't feel like we should ever get to a point where we should have checks with people who come in. So what is your sort of thoughts, procedures around that sort of thing?
Well, thank you for the question. First, I can't give my opinion, but I can base what I'm about to say on our current procedure. If we receive a report of someone that is possibly carrying a weapon, whether it be a firearm, a long blade, whatever else that could be considered a weapon, we would contact the person, which we have done numerous times. And we've even contacted people with firearms that have had them concealed prior to the board taking, the stance that there should be a weapons-free campus. We have a conversation with them. We remind them of the law, college policy. Again, I can't give a scenario, right? Because there's just multiple scenarios in which would lend us to our response. But we do contact individuals that are reported to have a weapon. We investigate, and then the outcome depends on the situation. It's very much dependent, but it gets addressed, whether that's through public safety, law enforcement, or the student conduct code.
Jerry, then Steve.
I just want to say that one of the reasons that I didn't feel any fear on
November 5th.
November 5th, because I trust that you're screening people. You're looking at everybody that's coming through, and you're performing a risk assessment. But I'd also like to say that, I'm proud of our county, and I'm proud of the people that have given testimony at both of these last two meetings. Yeah, there were some heated comments, and people feel their most vital interests are at stake, and they're going to get emotional and say some things and point to a person in control, and I've been the recipient of some of that. Doesn't bother me at all. It kind of gives me a jolt. Sit up. And anyway, I just want to say for the record, I feel good about the people of this county, and I want to encourage them to come out to these meetings. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Steve?
I'll withdraw my comment. Other than to say, I appreciate you stepping in, looking out for our safety. Like Kevin, I feel safer, honestly, in this room. I did not like it last time when somebody opened up that door behind me, and I suddenly realized, oh my gosh, yeah. So I appreciate that we're in this room.
Any other questions?
Thank you. And as there's uncomfortableness, and then there's the fear for what if, and I appreciate that you're looking at that assessment for us. I have seen many reports where large public gatherings, and there is an individual that is probably not associated with anybody that would normally be speaking, but gets charged up, maybe has some mental health challenges, and all of a sudden we have a security risk. So I appreciate that you're taking that kind of overall assessment, that it really isn't about, employees or students, it's about just a person who could be. And I appreciate that, and I feel a lot more comfortable and safer in this space.
I appreciate that. And may I make another comment?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't often come to these, so I don't know what the rules are. I wanted to circle back to Board Member Ross' comment. I really appreciate your feelings and perspectives, and I do believe and feel wholeheartedly that individuals should be able to come and speak out on things that make them feel passionate I think that's important, right? It's important for democracy. It's important for what we're doing here at this institution, for our students. But I would like to point out that I think based on somebody's individual experiences, they would be totally different than yours, sir. Totally different. And it could be maybe the person in the crowd that perhaps they were assaulted at one point in their lifetime. Perhaps they were in a large crowd of people and they were injured. Perhaps maybe they were shot or shot at, right? So we have to take everything in totality while we're conducting these assessments. And yes, we do watch the crowd, but again, with a crowd that size and only 2 officers, it's if something were to happen,
Challenge.
right? And we have to think about everything, always, and we're always paying attention. So, you know, again, I do appreciate your comment, and I'm happy for you that you feel safe and comfortable, but I have to look out for everyone as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. President Hampton.
So I'm not sure how much of this is within your guys' scope, but at the last board meeting, there was some filming of people without consent and picture taking of people without consent. Does your department sort of address that, or is there like a risk assessment with that as far as consent and what that media is being used for? Is that something you guys look at?
I'll give you an example. At the Trans Remembrance Day event, I was in the crowd, and I was not wearing a uniform, and it could have made folks feel uncomfortable for a uniformed presence, so I was there in my tie-dye naturally, because that's what I wear when I'm not wearing a uniform. You can ask anyone here, probably. But my presence was to pay attention to the crowd and all of the people that were there. There was someone filming, and I kindly asked the person not to do it, because it wasn't respectful of what was happening in the room. I mean, it's certainly something that we can do, and I would expect the chair probably to address that. I mean, again, I don't know what y'all's rules are, but, right, if somebody doesn't want to be filmed and they're asking the person to stop, the person, out of respect, should stop.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, we're out of time, but I just simply want to say that I would love to have more conversations around safety. I would love to. I know that we usually have a safety, I think it's like an annual presentation or where we talk about safety and so forth. And it was, there was a presentation you presented around gun safety and so forth, or active shooter situation and so forth. I think because we have new board members, that might be really beneficial too. And just understanding just the safety facility resources that are needed and so forth. That's also helpful for us. And yeah, again, I appreciate the work. I have so many more questions, and which is why I want to advocate for another time period to talk about safety, because it is really important for not only our students, our staff, but the general community. I appreciate everything that you've said. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chief. Really appreciate that.
Yep. All right.
Point of
We are,
order, I think is the right way to say it. I'm just looking at the clock. It's
Yeah.
11:15. I'm going to leave at 11 o'clock, one way or the other. I got a full day tomorrow. Other people might as well. So perhaps we could just have a discussion about some prioritization of what we might do with how long other folks are willing to stay. I'm leaving at 11 o'clock.
Understood. Well, there's a few things that maybe that can help with this discussion, because I know that there was a desire potentially for a work session this month.
Not necessarily this month, but.
Oh, okay, I got you, but an additional work session, yeah. Jerry.
You know, we're meeting Friday at 8 o'clock, and I wonder if we could follow that up with complete this agenda at that time. Doesn't work?
It won't work for me.
Yeah, yeah.
I tried.
Thank you for trying.
But Kevin, I remember you speaking about a potential work session.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Do you, I know you wanted to leave it for the board comments, but did you want to maybe talk about it now? Because that could allow for us to be able to like work on some of these things and prioritize a sooner end.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think Steve's question was maybe we should have a discussion about prioritizing the remaining items. And I'm looking at the president's evaluation plan, which I think is kind of mission critical right now.
Heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got the signal out at the corner of my eye.
Yes.
So I would suggest we address
Of the
that.
remaining things on the agenda, that seems to be the most, I would ask that we could move that forward and spend the 15 minutes that's allocated to it, and then I'm going.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to take, if you don't mind, I'm going to take about 5 minutes of that because there's one policy that needs to get through. There's a legal requirement on it, and we want to get that through as the first reading, and Brett can help me with which policy that is. So I'm just going to take a few minutes here and see if you have any questions. So the board evaluates my performance. We do a mid-year check-in, and we've got that scheduled in 2 weeks. The document that you have here actually is a process and a timeline. And I'm sure you've read it, and so I don't need to go through the entire document. But if you have questions about it, I will follow up with you just to see if you have questions about that.
I didn't have any questions.
Okay, great. So, wondering if we can maybe do the board culture and inclusion assessment very quickly. I'm just going to suggest, and then we identify that board policy and what the legal requirement is. Okay.
Oh, well, I thought it was supposed to be read during the president's evaluation. Sorry, that was my understanding. If I'm mistaken in that.
No, there's a first reading.
Oh, my apologies. The first reading of the policy, 10-4. Got it. All right.
Do you want to do the culture?
Yep,
board
exactly.
culture
Yep.
and
Just
inclusion
just
assessment?
making sure that you're done. Okay, perfect. All right. So in regards to the culture, board culture and inclusion, you received the results of the assessment. So today's meeting is purely just to discuss, introduce the results and ask board members if they have any general comments about the results. And then we, on the December 17th, we can, as a board and the president, may discuss appropriate results with the president during the mid-year evaluation check-in at executive session. And then the board will be meeting in March. This is the Florence meeting, by the way, when we do that, where we will be doing a 2-hour, let's see, let me make sure I got this information correct, with Vice President Shane Turner to facilitate a debrief by guiding the board through high and low scores, inviting trustees to speak to them, and working with the board to create its action plan and structure checkpoint. So I think just introducing the results at this point, looking at what those results state, and yes, there are numerical things involved in it. And I've always looked at these numerical things as not necessarily like to judge others, but to look at yourself and look at your number and the different areas that you're in and that the scoring is in, so that you can think about it, reflect on it, and it makes that discussion that we'll be following up much more fruitful and much more a better understanding of things. So with that, is there any general comments that the board would like to make? All right, seeing none?
Nope, I've got.
Oh, you got one. Oh, fantastic.
Didn't
My
you-
apologies,
didn't
my
you hear it
apologies.
rattle?
What's that?
Didn't you hear my head rattle?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, just really fast. I appreciate I appreciate board members, completing the survey because it's good information here. Thank you to Nicole for compiling the results. It was very clearly laid out. And for me, being a former teacher, I look at these Likert scores as kind of A, B, C, D, and F. So anything under a 3, anything under a C, catches my attention. And there's a handful of those that are under 3 that I think that when we meet, that those should be kind of the first things we look at. The qualitative statements are really meaty, and it's going to take, I suggest the board set a time in an executive session to dig into those, because there's some work to be done there. So that's it.
Absolutely. Yeah, the way I look at this document overall is that there's areas of improvement, and there's areas where we can strive. And the most important thing is to know that information of where we have areas of improvement, and then where we can work together. And I want to emphasize one of the best presentations I think I've seen was with Samantha here, where she said, if we focus on issues rather than people, that is absolutely critical in helping us, I believe, advance in our board dynamics as a board in general. And I look forward to those discussions with you all. Any further comments? All right, moving on to the first reading of the board policies.
It was super quick, right? Yeah.
All right, well, I trust you all have had an opportunity to review the packet for tonight's first reading. There are 5 policies. One in particular is one that was before you last month, actually, and that's Board Policy 5040. OCCA, since you did the second reading last month, has recommended through the policy library that we add language to this to strengthen it as far as if ICE or federal authorities would seek student access or access to student records. And so there's a paragraph that's recommended to be added. I just wanted to make sure this got before you tonight, so we could do a first reading and get on to the second reading next month. There are 4 additional policies. There's only one of which that we are suggesting revisions to, and that is to kind of, as you're familiar, we've moved from the legacy policies, which were developed under a different format of a board policy library. It's called the Carver model. We moved to a traditional board policy model in the OCCA library. And so this is the first attempt at taking one of what's called a global directions policy and changing it from Carver language, which is global directions and executive limitations, and it uses a lot of terminology that is very much from the Carver model, and moving the terminology to a traditional board language so that we don't have 2 different types of policies in our library. And so worked with Dr. Joyce to update the student services policy. Happy to answer any questions if you have them. It basically reworded it, but the policy is basically asking for the same thing.
And we'll bring these policies back in January for the second read.
Jesse?
I had a question on specifically 5040, if we could consolidate the second and third readings of it in January and do it at the same time.
You only require
Or
2
only
readings.
2? Okay, then we're good.
And please keep that in mind, because we are going to bring a policy to you in January that is your policy on reviewing policies. It's recommended that you give yourself flexibility. So for example, if you wanted to approve the revision to Board Policy 5040 tonight on that new language, you would be able to do that. Our current policy doesn't give you that authority, and so I will bring you a couple examples that you can review to see if that's a direction you'd like to go.
Yeah. I do have a question in 5040, and I'm so sorry. But I went to the federal issues meeting at OCCA, and there was discussion about this, as well as some other things, including like FERPA and so forth, in regards to the federal government and ICE and so forth. And there was a statement made. It was, essentially like if I'm it was an administrator who said it from a different community college. If I'm following FERPA, am I then going to be at risk of losing like federal dollars? I might misquote them in that, but I also just want to state that yes, we need to pass this, but I also want us to be fully understanding of any risks that we might be facing with this from the federal government.
I think we would be at greater risk if we were violating laws.
Of course.
And right now, FERPA is the federal law that would supersede. Now, if the federal government came to us with a legitimate warrant, that would be something that we would have to respond to. But if it was just the request, hey, we want access to all of the names of, to dig into student records, that's what this policy says they don't have the authority to do.
Absolutely. And I remember them talking about that. And it was, they also mentioned administrative versus judicial warrants.
Yes, we've got that covered, actually.
Fantastic.
So that's part of the process, and I actually
you.
shared that. There was a question about that. I shared that with the board, and I'm the one who actually makes that decision if for some reason that happens.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Julie?
I just have a request. When you bring back our policy on the policy review, that it actually is a discussion item and not part of the policy grab of a bunch that's in the consent agenda, so that we are flagged that it's going to be a discussion item. Because I want to discuss it and ask you questions, and I don't want to have to pull it and remember that that's the one if we are sitting in a meeting like this again.
And it will be presented slightly different in the packet because normally I don't bring you option A, option B.
Right.
So it will be kind of set aside.
Excellent. Awesome.
Thank you.
Great lightning round. Good job. And now we're going to move on. I assume we're going to do academic, human resource, and student affairs kind of all in one. Dr. Bulger, I'll let you be the...
Why don't we not do that this
Okay.
evening? And then if you want to do the reports, I don't need to do a report. Everyone has my report. It's in the record. But if we want to take LCCEA's report, LCCEF's report, I don't know if Fiora is still here, then I would suggest that.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we'll move on to the reports. We'll start with the SGA report. President Hampton?
The one I've been waiting for all night. I've got a lot of things to report. I will try to, can I get a timer for 3 minutes, please? So that I can keep myself on time.
We got it. Well, do know
Thank
we
you,
didn't
thank you.
pass a requirement for 3 minutes, so please don't feel rushed. We didn't pass that, so, but.
No worries, no worries. I can get it done in 3 minutes. So we've been working on a lot. A lot of things have been happening. We did Thanksgiving food bags for Thanksgiving. I believe Harvest Feast bags, they were called. We distributed 150 bags to the Titan Food Pantry from the 20th to the 26th, and all of them were gone by the end of that. So we served 150 students within that time. The student activity fee, big thing for us. Just yesterday, we approved from SGA the new student activity fee, which will be staying the same, $54.60. At least that's our hope. And then we'll be getting the written recommendation to the president tomorrow. Welcome Week is coming up. We are in the planning stages for that and the 5 weeks of welcome for the next term. We've had a lot of public comment this term, actually. We've had a lot of students come in and express their opinions on various things. We even got some public comment on the vending machines, which was wonderful to hear. SGA elections are open. Applications are open. They will be closing week 2 of the winter term, so that will be exciting to get some new members in for the next academic year. And the biggest thing I want to highlight tonight is the Giving Board that just went up yesterday. It is, I believe, it's a collaboration between the Tutoring Center and the Writing Center to give to students, to give to student parents their kids. And what we have done, we voted yesterday at our public session to give $300 to this effort. And we're working in collaboration with the people who started this event to see what is the best way we could give that money, whether we go out and buy presents and we donate to it, or we somehow, we use that money for like essential supplies for them. So somehow we're gonna get $300 to them. But this is, I would say, a huge thing. I know I personally am going to just be picking up a couple just because it's an incredible thing to see, especially during the holiday season. I won't go into the second part of my president report, but the second part of my president's report is SGA team highlights. And if you have the chance, it'd be wonderful if you guys could read over those. I would like to highlight the vice president. She has done an amazing job going into her role, being a strong leader for our team, and I can't wait to see what she does next. So that is my report for the night. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great job. Within 3 minutes, you did good. Next is going to be LCCEA reports. And Fiora, I don't know if you're still online, but just FYI, you're coming up next. If she's still online.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's good. No. LCCA is next. I was just letting.
Oh, EA, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
Guess what? Down in 10.
oh dear. Actually, with, yikes. With that in mind, I want to make sure Fiora gets, yeah.
Give 5 minutes real quick. We're going to get cut off at 11:10.
They can come and present at the work session as well, Austin.
Okay.
No, that's not appropriate, sir.
Yeah. All right. Yikes. Let's go ahead and do Fiora first because she's on Zoom. I don't want to necessarily lose this, and we get over to LCCEA. Fiora, go ahead.
I should have taken my chance when I had it during public comment. Okay, thank you, President Bolger, President Hampton, our esteemed board members who are still with us. I'm Fiora Starchild Wolf. I'm LCCF's political officer. Our president, Tammy Hill, was unable to be here tonight. At Lane, I'm a college achievement coach tasked with helping first-time colleges to navigate college. Before that, I was an enrollment services advisor for 23 years. And I'm going to ask you to consider my words as if you were on a level 6 to 8 on the classified salary schedule, which you can find on our college website. We are watching our LCCA college colleagues in a difficult contract bargaining fight, and we hope they get a fair contract. We want you to know that LCCEF is also in bargaining. You're not hearing from us as much, but I'm telling you about it now. In our economic reopener and presented with some equally unfair items. Each week, including in today's employee newsletter, we see Lane's enrollment numbers have been increasing steadily at or above the hoped for projections. Classified professionals are the face-to-face and the back office employees who recruit, admit, advise, help register, provide the classroom space, the IT support, the beautiful and safe grounds, the financial aid, and all the student services that enable that enrollment to happen. Our work is vital. We help students with all that is required to run a top-level community college that continually supports, engages, and helps to graduate our students. And I do mean graduate, since it is the classified professionals who award their degrees, print their diplomas, and make their transcripts available as they head out into the world, hopefully to be employed in their brand new field or to transfer to a university. As one of the 3 essential employee groups at Lane, classified professionals are the lowest paid. We need and deserve fair pay and benefits that continue to support us as costs rise everywhere around us. We are currently at the table with college management in our contracted 2-year economic reopener. We are asking for a fair increase in our compensation to match the increased cost of living that we must deal with on a daily basis. Many of our employees can barely afford to live in Lane County and support our families. We are not asking for much, but with CPI each year running at an average about 3.5%, we have requested a 3% annual increase in COLA, 1.5 steps for all eligible employees, an additional step added to the top of the scale so that even employees at their top step get at least something, and removal of the bottom step from each level to better bring each level in line with current reasonable pay standards in our county. The college management team countered with a COLA of far below this for the first year for 2025-26, which amounts to a pay cut and which is half over, but they didn't want to even make that small amount retroactive to the beginning of this fiscal year. The college is refusing to pay even this tiny amount for a second year for 26-27, but wants LCCF to engage in another reopener this March based on the hopefully completed comp and class study that will hopefully be ready then. It's December now. In addition, we are being asked to take what amounts to a cut in our health insurance coverage. I have been a classified professional at Lane since 2003. I recall the days our insurance was through Pacific Source, and we declined to change that when asked because Pacific Source provided superior coverage and options for our members. The college pressured us to move to OWEB. The college refused to cover any further increase in premiums, and LCCEF membership agreed to move to OWEB on one condition, that the college will cover all premium increases equivalent to MOTA Level 1 into the future. We, the employees, could be secure that we would not see our costs significantly increase going forward, and the college could be secure that our coverage would remain in the range that only a huge pool of education employees can provide. But now college management is proposing that we pay for increases in our premiums or accept a level of coverage with a high deductible and high copays. When we objected to this as a violation of a long-standing agreement, the college flippantly suggested that we ask our, quote, healthier employees to take the plan with the highest deductibles and copays for the employees, so the college cost would be lowered. We were shocked. We would encourage our so-called healthier employees to sign on to a higher cost, lower use plan, so the college will continue to pay for the rest of us. The premium agreed to in a prior deal. What if something happens to their health? An accident, a needed surgery, a diagnosis of a chronic condition such as cancer mid-year that could easily bankrupt that employee who entrusted their union with negotiating a fair deal for them. The final item that the college is asking is 8 separate situations that allow them to force us back to the bargaining table. We allowed for 2 budget exigency declarations based on things somewhat within our control, such as enrollment numbers in our full contract that we just finished a little over a year ago. But the college wants us to agree to 6 other exigencies, some of which could easily be manufactured through budget manipulation, force LCCF and not LCCEA also to the bargaining table, essentially asking us to perpetually be bargaining for basic needs while we continue to work hard and lose ground economically. So, President Bolger and esteemed board members, we, your classified professionals who are largely responsible for the continuing increases in the enrollment levels that support this college, we are asking that you include our numbers in the prosperity that we help engender for our students, not to mention our management and faculty. We ask your support for a fair contract so that we can continue doing the great work that we do with students and for Lane County and beyond. And for a more pleasant topic to close with, I would like to tell you about yesterday's Reg Fest, where the admissions, recruitment, and academic advising, college achievement coaches, and a number of other student affairs classified professionals worked to not only increase our enrollment, but to help walk new students from all walks of life through our doors and partner with them in seeking the means to a dream through the education they need in an environment where they can always receive the support they need. We are excited to welcome them all to Lane, and we look forward to a beautiful winter holiday season and a return to a productive winter term here at LCC. Oh, and I particularly want to say thanks to SGA for your work in getting the vending machines in Building 1. I love them. Thank you for listening.
Excellent, thank you. I want to make sure that we fulfill our roles and responsibilities of making sure people get to report. So if this thing shuts down at 2 minutes, I want to reset it so that we can still retain public meeting law and also make sure that we get through this agenda. So with that, go ahead and get started with the LCCA report. And if it stops, let me know so I can pause and we can get it reset.
I've got my laptop here as the host now, so
Okay.
that may hold it open. but
Fantastic.
I still have to reestablish on here.
You just let me know when we don't have a live feed. All right.
Point of personal privilege, I'm sorry, Adrian, nope, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just thinking of time, right? This video, I've already seen it, we've all received a copy of it. It's like 7.5 minutes long. There's a report that also has to be done. This report process is going to take forever. I have to get home. And I'm trying to be respectful, but is it possible at all to get this report? And we all have a copy of it, and we watched it. So I'm just trying to see if we can maybe get an agreement to lower this, reduce this report size. Otherwise, I need to leave.
All right.
And I just want to be respectful,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to respect the time that we've given for the reports. Adrian, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and President Bolger. I don't think that my report is yet published on board docs, and it sounds like that's going to be happening hopefully tomorrow, so I do hope people will be able to access it at that time. And I did want to just briefly show that there is a URL that anyone can access to watch this video. And what I was planning to do is just kind of review the information rather than display the video at this point in time. So, but the URL is there, so anyone
No public input.
Yeah, we'll do that for the special session.
I think mics are live.
Mics are live?
Oh, wait, we're still not going to the website yet. The live stream's still going. Yeah, I think we're good.
Oh, we're good, okay.
We're good.
All right, good, all right. We have live feed, we're back in session.
Wow.
Adrienne Mitchell, go ahead.
So good evening, everyone. Thank you kindly for your patience and your attendance at this late hour, those of you who remain. I do hope that it will be possible to project my presentation again so that it can be viewed, and it's not yet posted on Board Docs, so I don't know if there's any other way to access it other than by projecting it right now.
All right, we're working on that. Thank you.
Pretty fancy.
Right?
I can just verbally say that the topics I'm going to address are the budget, impacts, bargaining, democracy, and the LCCEA mission.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Brett. Yes, so there's a brief video that I have prepared. We won't have time to watch it today, but the URL is there. And I'll just review some of the information from that video. So if we could just go to the next slide. So this slide is a duplicate from the November meeting, and I did want to share that I've had some very collaborative conversations with Kara Flath, who has acknowledged that the FTE and the salary data that was presented in November for 2021 and 2022 is not complete. And there were some errors in pulling the data, and she has committed to correcting it, but did not have time to correct it in advance of this meeting. But about 10% of the faculty FTE and salaries for those 2 years were not included. There are some other issues with the data, but there are multiple sources of objective data presented for you here that you can rely on from the HEC, from the official audit statement as well. And I look forward to the opportunity to receiving more information from Kara, but just please know that she's working on it. And if we can go on to the next one. So I did want to share, we have great appreciation among the faculty for the work of Jonathan Campbell and all of our colleagues on the Budget Development Subcommittee. And this is a screenshot that is part of the current year's forecast model. And this is showing all of the total annual salaries for each employee group, as well as the percent increase or decrease each year. And you'll notice that sometimes the numbers increase and sometimes the numbers decrease. So if you look at faculty, for example, in 2021, the total salaries went down by 4.6%, then up in 2022 by 6.8%, and so on. Last year, even though there was a 3% COLA and all faculty members who were eligible for STEPS received STEPS, the salaries actually went down, according to the official data from the Budget and Finance Office, by 0.5%. So what this all amounts to is basically demonstrating these are the calculations provided by Jonathan in the Budget Office. There's a 2.7% annual year-over-year increase at the aggregate in terms of salaries for all employee groups. You might notice also that the lowest number of those is the faculty increase, a 1.8% increase over 10 years. So really, this is just illustrating kind of how much salaries increase or decrease each year from one year to the next. And the reason that sometimes they go down or sometimes they go up is because there are different levels of staffing from year to year, as well as the fact that people are leaving and new people are being hired. So if we could go on to the next one. The next one just shows the similar information for part-time employees, and you'll see there that the average is less than 1% increase for part-time employees year over year, and that's based on 10-year history. We can go on to the next one. Thank you so much, Brett. And as you know, built into the administration's forecasting model are these figures highlighted in pink, are the 6% salary increases. Again, this is a screenshot from the administration's forecasting model. If you watch the video, you can see a little bit more detail, but it's the same information. That is the 6% built into the model that the administration has as a placeholder figure, as well as the 1% personnel vacancy rate. And if we use those figures, those assumptions, these are just a couple of examples. There are dozens more assumptions built into the model, which we could be reviewing and analyzing critically. This is what the Budget Development Subcommittee does when we are building our balanced budget that we do present to the College Council. When we look at this, if we go on to the next slide, then we look at the blue line. Well, yes, if we build in all of these assumptions, this is what it looks like. There's a downward trajectory of the blue line. It looks like the ending fund balance is decreasing. But if we make the most minimal adjustments, if we go on to the next slide, the most minimal adjustments, and into that same forecasting model, we simply put in 4%, which again is literally 50% higher than the average of 2.7% salary increases. Then we put in 2% for the personnel vacancy rate, which is still below the historical average of 2.5. Then we can go on to the next slide. And we see, look, miraculously, the blue line crosses the 10% ending fund balance, is on a positive trajectory each and every year for the next 3 years, and is far and above the 10%, with only changing those two little pieces of the model. So that's all I wanted to say about those details about the budget. I wanted to share also briefly a bargaining update, which is on the next slide. Thank you, Brett. I'm not used to asking someone to do slides for me. We have made substantial movement as faculty in our most recent 3 bargaining sessions, and we are very concerned that the administration has made the most minimal movement in their proposals. Literally 2 bargaining sessions ago, the administration came with proposals that changed will to shall, the to this. Very minimal wording changes that really made virtually no substantive movement, a little bit of movement at the last week. But we have made a significant amount of movement and have not seen that reciprocated. The college is still proposing, after all of these delays, to have a COLA of only 1.8% with no retroactive compensation. And the total net proposal by the administration is still a net reduction in the investment in faculty, a net cut, a net reduction in the amount that the college would invest in faculty. So what we have here is an analysis that shows total faculty salaries, part-time and full-time together. This is based on the faculty salary data from last year, about nearly $27 million. The COLA, including OPE from the administration, is less than $400,000, but all of the cuts that the administration is proposing in their bargaining proposals amount to $3.1 million in a net reduction. This is, as a total percentage of faculty salaries, it's a 10% decrease. And how is this achieved? It is achieved because the administration is proposing things like mandatory overloads for full-time faculty that would be only partially paid, as well as increasing the workload for lecture lab classes by 8%, cutting pay for part-time faculty teaching lecture lab by 8%. In advanced tech, in the trades, that we need so critically for workforce development, like the diesel program and the automotive program and the construction program, a workload increase of 11% for the full-time faculty and a pay cut of 11% for the part-time faculty, and increasing in class sizes. All of these amount to so many significant workload increases that the administration is seeking to extract from faculty in their proposal, that we estimate that this will cause a net reduction in 46% of all class sections available to part-time faculty. 46% of all class sections available to part-time faculty that would no longer be available. Clearly, this is not a path forward to any type of agreement. On the next slide, thank you, Brett, I wanted to share some of the underlying concerns that faculty have. We are deeply concerned about the conditions on our campus. The crises are happening left and right. It literally feels like, we're experiencing a flooding of the zone. Receiving these budget proposals that suddenly came out 2 days ago that no one had seen before. There's currently 1 pending complaint with the Oregon Governmental Ethics Commission. 2 pending unfair labor practice complaints. These are in addition to the ruling that came out in July. One related to refusal to bargain over class impacts, and the second over interference, coercion, and intimidation of nursing faculty for their protected activity. There's an ongoing corrective action plan that LCC has had to submit and is undergoing with the Oregon Secretary of State for significant deficiencies in accounting practices identified in the FY24 audit. The FY25 audit is not available yet. It's delayed, yet you're being asked to make these significant budget decisions. There's 1 or more pending complaints with the accrediting body, and we are seeing ongoing issues related to disparate impacts and disparate treatment of BIPOC faculty, including the significant increase in faculty from historically oppressed groups leaving LCC, and a new grievance related to disparate treatment of multicultural center faculty. We're gravely concerned about these. These are having a significant impact on faculty at large. We just did a recent survey and have a response rate of more than 61%. 271 faculty members responded. 70% are concerned about campus conditions. 83% rate the morale as low or lowest. And 69% of faculty are concerned about retaliation if they speak up to express concerns about conditions at LCC. The fear is real, and something has to change. Our response tonight, we held a candlelight vigil. We held a very lovely and peaceful candlelight vigil to demonstrate and to ask for and to show our support for restoring democracy here at the Board of Education. Democracy at the national level is increasingly fragile. It is more critical than ever to support democracy in our classrooms, in our labs, on the public square, in the public fora, and here in the boardroom. LCC cannot effectively serve the people of our region unless this is addressed. Board members, please take action to reclaim your authority and to please stabilize our community's college. The chaos really must end. I'll end by reading our mission, which is the basis for everything that our faculty dedicate our advocacy to. LCCEA engages in collective action to ensure an equitable learning and working environment and advocates for social justice and systemic change for the public good. Thank you, and I wish you a happy new year. See you in January.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, that
So-
concludes, then now we have the president's report. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to forgo my report, but what I wanted to say, you've got my report in the packet,
All right.
is that there were just a number of items that both of our union presidents and vice president, actually, I guess in Fiora's case, said this evening, and we will be addressing those, because I think it's important for the board to hear from the administration with regard to what you just heard this evening.
Great. So we are now completed with reports. We're now on to information reports. Any questions, comments in regards to that? I want to thank the foundation for raising $504,000 for Lane Community College and the work that was done there. I appreciate Kevin, Steve, and myself for attending that. That was a really great event. President Balger, thank you for your comments there at the foundation dinner. Lastly, actually, no, I could forego that. Anything else? Perfect. Moving on to board members' comments and questions. Are there any board member comments or
I
questions?
do. I feel
Excellent.
guilty because it's 11:30. So what I'm going to ask, Chair, is that, thank you, Jesse. What I'm going to ask, Chair, is that I just make a quick synopsis, and then if I could send the president my written comments, and she could distribute that to the board, just
That's perfectly
because it's late. But I would like to request a work session on looking at how we can improve our policy on public testimony for a lot of the reasons that we heard tonight. And guess what? Well, right now is a really good example about why I think we should change our policy. It's 11:30 and everyone needs to go home.
Understood.
Yeah,
Excellent.
That's it.
We'll work with the president during our agenda setting meeting to figure out when we can do that. All right. Any other further board comments, questions? All right. Next meeting is going to be January 7th for the regular board meeting, January 21st for a board retreat, and we have a regular meeting on February 4th. the good of the order, we are adjourned.